single press from the master die. So they have advanced technology that makes this kind of rarity impossible. So while we have them, this is an opportunity to take advantage of a rarity from a bygone era that really, with the passage of time, folks, this is only going to become more valuable with the passage of time. It's such an important variety in the Kennedy half dollar series, very rare, and I've got a great price on it, only $179 a coin, 3 for $529. One last time, this is how rare it is. These are the total number of coins graded of some of the more important varieties and error coins to compare the 66 double die with. You've got the accented hair Kennedy, which was the first proof Kennedy struck, which you're familiar with, a very rare coin. In all grades, NGC has graded about 12,500 coins versus about 28,000 for the regular variety of the Kennedy. You've got the 55 double die Alvarez Lincoln, which we showed you at the beginning of the presentation. All grades, about 3,500 examples certified. And just finding one in circulated condition, folks. Circulated damaged condition is going to be $1,500, $2,000. Okay? And here you got the 66 double die, this major variety, only about half the number certified in all grades, 1,600 coins. And I've got MS66s for only $179. There's no reason I can think of where if you want to put away something that has tremendous future potential, you want to get at least 3 of these, really. It's a great, great opportunity for the collector of today. Please take advantage of it. This is a coin that will be really, really good to you. Please stay tuned. I've got another little presentation coming right up you might enjoy as well.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Rare Collectibles TV. I'm James Gerstel. The reason why I'm so excited is because we have the final coin in the American Silver Eagle series, the American Silver Eagle dollar. You know the coin, one of the most beautiful coins ever, first struck in 1986, part of the Ronald Reagan legacy when he was president. But here it is. We have come to the very end of the program. This proof Silver Eagle, struck at San Francisco, is the very last issue with that classic John Mercanti heraldic eagle reverse that first appeared on this silver dollar in 1986. Can you believe it? 2021 will no longer have John Mercanti's unbelievable heraldic eagle reverse. It's being retired. This proof Silver Eagle is the very last coin. So I hope you watch our show, because here on Rare Collectibles TV, we're not just going to give you the very last one and leave you adrift. We will help you build the entire collection either in one fell swoop or a little bit at a time. That's what we do. We are here for the collector. Now, here is the ultimate. Guys, we're right in the middle. We're right in the thick of the very last issue. Right now, it's happening. I want to tell you that this coin went on sale at the U.S. Mint literally moments ago. This is a pre-sale. There's so much to this coin. Number one, notice that it's the first day of issue. When it comes to certified coins, if you want the ultimate, you want that label right there. First of all, it is the last American Silver Eagle dollar to bear the Mercanti reverse, and this one is struck at San Francisco. And unlike the 2020 W, it has a cap on the mintage of 200,000. Its first day of issue. Now, you ask any collector, the ultimate designation on a label, it's not early release, it is first day of issue. So this coin, having just been released, folks, this is a pre-sale, and I want to show you what you are getting. First day of issue, a perfect Proof 70 Ultra Cameo, struck at the San Francisco Mint. There is no higher designation than first day of issue. Now, I love early release, but you can't beat first day of issue. The Proof Silver Eagle. It's the collector's version of the mint state coin we all know and love so well. It's a lot harder to get. One of the reasons why it's harder to get is because they just don't make anywhere near as many as they do of the mint state coin. Since 1986, the United States of America has struck this American Silver Eagle dollar in a business strike to the tune of nearly 540 million coins. The proofs, on the other hand, which have been struck since 1986, have been issued in far, far smaller quantities. In fact, the whole entire program, there are only 24 million coins. Now, they did skip 2009 because of a silver shortage that year. Not only are the Proof American Silver Eagles produced in minuscule quantities compared to the regular issues, it goes through a completely different striking process. For the business strikes, the coins are fed into a high-speed press, and thousands, literally, are struck at a time. But when you look at the striking process for these proof coins, it's a completely different method of striking. Number one, a die engraver selects the finest examples of these dies. Those dies are taken and they're brought to a special room where they are polished and engraved to produce the ultimate example of this silver dollar. Because this silver dollar will be struck a minimum of 2 times under very heavy and high pressure. Unlike the business strikes, the rims are higher and the detail of this coin just jumps off the surface. That special striking is good for 15 to 20 examples. And then the coining press is shut down, the dies are removed, and a new pair of dies are installed. And the striking process begins again for a very limited amount of coins. Now, what we're living this year is an unprecedented slowdown, in fact, a shutdown of the United States Mint. Because of the difficulties we all have gone through for 2020, there has been no production at the U.S. Mint. So the coin that you are looking at right now is the very last issue of this American silver dollar before it's retired forever. And a new design for the reverse will take place. This is the final issue, and we're able to offer it in the ultimate version. Ladies and gentlemen, $229 a coin. $229 per coin. This is the ultimate version of the most popular silver dollar in the world today. The largest silver dollar the U.S. Mint ever struck. Do you realize this coin is bigger than a Morgan dollar? It also features the Renaissance design of the original Walking Liberty half dollar from 1916. Adolph A. Wyman designed that obverse, and it was groundbreaking. It was the first representation of an allegorical, a figure of liberty, kind of mythical, ever to grace a coin. Its design has been known as the ultimate in numismatic design on silver. The reverse, that was contributed by just the 12th chief engraver of the U.S. Mint, John Mercanti. These coins are totally perfect. And a third party has agreed that every one of these coins will be absolutely perfect. And there's a lot of intensive grading. In fact, there's 3 people who grade each coin.
Hi, I'm Rick Tamaska, and this is Rick's U.S. Coin Show.
Rick's U.S. Coin Show is a brand new show that brings you rare, high quality, and unique coins at the most affordable prices on TV.
My name's Jack McNamara, and I love coins.
We are the Tamaska girls, Kim
and Caitlin.
Here at Rare Collectibles TV, we know what kind of coins you want, because we're collectors ourselves.
I've been collecting coins for over 40 years.
I love finding coins all across the country and bringing them to you.
Whether you're new to coin collecting or an old pro, we've got the coins you're looking for.
After my first book, dealers began calling me the Cameo King.
Coin rarity and quality are what matter most to me.
Now that's eye appeal.
I do love Franklin's and Kennedy's.
Rare unique coins
At the most affordable prices.
Coins are in my blood.
Now that's a beauty.
My goal is to bring you the ultimate in superb rare coins. Do you want the best?
TV, there is an amazing coin that has just been released by the U.S. government, and it's unlike any coin in recent memory, even not so recent memory, and it really harkens back to the very first coin of its kind. It happens to be a member of the second longest running coin series in American history. It's the Washington Quarter. There's a couple of unbelievable things happening right now with the brand new 2021 Washington Quarter. For those of you who have been paying attention to coin collecting, you know this already, but for those of you who are watching our show for maybe the very first time, Washington Quarters, not only are they the second longest continuously running series of American coinage, but they have served the purpose. They are the one coin that could be considered responsible for maybe even bringing you into coin collecting. Millions of coin collectors have become coin collectors since 1999, very recent history. And what brought all this about was a redesign of the Washington Quarter that took place in 1999. The U.S. Mint got this unbelievable idea because they started listening to what collectors wanted. And what collectors really wanted above everything was artistry. And they wanted variety in their coin designs. And they wanted something new and something that everybody could feel connected to and something that everybody could partake in. So the U.S. government launched the most ambitious coin series, and it was known as the 50 State Quarters. This took place in 1999. The program ran all the way through to 2008. And what they did was yearly, they would release 5 coins every year according to the chronological order that the states were admitted to the Union. These all had individual designs that were themed according to the states issuing them. The program ended, as I said, in 2008, but immediately following that, because it was the 50 State Quarters, it was Washington, D.C., and the territories, 6 issues. Well, coin collecting has never been the same since because so many people started collecting these coins that it started to trickle down to all aspects of numismatics, and every single kind of coin was lit on fire and became very hard to get. Now, this coin that you see right there is neither part of the 50 states or the territories or America the Beautiful. It is completely unique. It is an issue that stands alone, and it will only be issued for 1 year. 1 year type. That should be setting off alarm bells. 1 year type. There is the traditional portrait of George Washington that was on the Washington Quarter from 1932 to 1998, returning on this quarter. I've never seen anything like it. It is something spectacular. Look at that. The tradition of the original George Washington portrait. This coin is also a very special coin. It is a perfect proof 70 Ultra Cameo grade. And for those collectors who are new to coin collecting, When you see Proof 70 Ultra Cameo, you cannot get a higher grade or a higher designation. So you can rest assured that you are getting the ultimate grade and the ultimate designation of Strike Ultra Cameo. That black and white appearance, that contrast that you see on the coin, which can only be achieved by specially prepared dies used in the striking, specially prepared coining blanks that are as perfect as you can get, as evidenced by the fact that the coins grade 100% perfect Proof 70, advanced releases. In a nutshell, advanced releases are so special. I want you to think of them as a VIP invitation to own the most exclusive label. There's only one way you can get this label from NGC, and that is literally to be invited to participate. It's not open to everybody. This isn't elitist, folks. This is a matter of the top performing collector companies, of which we are part, in the entire world, being invited by the U.S. Mint in collaboration with NGC to get to the front of the line. Even, actually, we get to the front of the line before the line even forms, because these coins are issued days before the official release. That's how they are here. Now, lo and behold, we have them live and ready to go. That in itself, incredible. You don't see these anywhere because not everybody can get them. Unlike all the other labels out there. And let me tell you, they're all fantastic, ladies and gentlemen, but this label is the most exclusive. Now, you see it's hand-signed. And the gentleman who's hand-signed every one of these labels is Michael Gaudioso. I want to price this coin out for you. Ladies and gentlemen, right now, $149. $149, and we have gone big on this coin. In the highest grade possible, with the highest cameo designation possible, and the earliest label that only a few can get. $149. But I want to give all of you out there something that everybody always asks for, but they ask for it when it's too late. Can I get more than one? And right now you can, because we're going to offer you 5 coins. Now, a single coin is $149. 5 coins, the price drops to $145 each, $725. And there is a must purchase right here. The opportunity to put 10 of these coins away, because a month from now, there will be no advanced releases. It could be 2 days from now. This is the chance, because you're not sacrificing anything at all here. You're getting the ultimate grade, the ultimate cameo, the ultimate label, a signature from the designer, the man who rendered that design into the reality of a numismatic rarity. And you're getting it for an unbelievable price. So either $149 a coin, $145 if you buy 5 at a time for $725. Or, and we're going to split the pay in 2 payments on this one, $139 a coin for 10 coins. That's $1,390 for 10 coins, and you can split that up into 2 payments of $695. I'm really running out of time here, ladies and gentlemen, so let me tell you. First of all, this coin is unique. Washington crossing the Delaware, a unique 1-year type Washington quarter. Advanced releases. There will never be a lot of these coins anyway. They're struck for the collector. They have yet to announce the final mintages, but let me announce to you, as far as advanced releases go, when you think of all the other labels, first day of issue, early release, first release, all of them, advanced release is the most exclusive of them all, because I invite you to participate in this the same way we were. The only way we could get it was to be invited to join the program. And that is true of just a tiny fraction of the people who buy these coins directly from the U.S. Mint. That's big news. So take a look here. What I want to show you is really a brief history of the Washington quarter, silver-proof Washingtons. 98 million coins have been struck, which should illustrate the collectability of this coin. The total certified in NGC Proof 70 out of that 98 million coins is not even 500,000. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to take a look. 1/25th of the time will this coin grade in a perfect Proof 70 as a population, as a percentage of the total mintage. So you cannot rely on getting one of these in a perfect grade anytime but right now. And further from that, if you want advanced releases, it's now or never. They start writing articles about these coins. So I want to show you what I love about coin collecting. When you get in on the ground floor, you have a lot to look forward to. Here is a Delaware quarter. Well, Washington crossing the Delaware, right? Here is one from the first year, 1999. Now, look at the grade. A perfect Proof 70, so are ours. Take a look, $1,322.50. And ladies and gentlemen, that was a finalized auction price. That wasn't a maybe I'll take it or I'm advertising it for that. That's what the coin brought, over $1,300. We're at $149. Here is a 2009 District of Columbia in a perfect Proof 70, also deep cameo, over $300. There is something to be said for getting in the door ahead of everybody else. It pays off. It works. Collectors love something, and I'm a collector. So I got to tell you, when I heard about an opportunity to get a pre-issue, to get in front of everybody else, to use the buying power that we have to negotiate the best deal. That's why we're bringing you coins at $149, because we got an unbelievable deal. And we also got the highest quality, and we got the most unique label. So naturally, when you encompass the greatest price as well, and you can buy in quantity, the lament I always hear is, I wish I would have bought more at that price. I could get them today, but they're 3 times as much. This is a fleeting deal. When you start looking around, if you are lucky enough to see any advanced releases labels, I don't think you will, that's how exclusive they are, you are going to be delighted that you got in on this deal. So don't forget, a quantity of 10 are $139 per coin, $1,390. If you want to lock it up today, split that payment in 2, put down the $695. When it's time to ship your coins a month from now, you're going to be guaranteed to have 10 advanced releases, no matter what the market has done. You pay the other $695, and you're off to the races. I want to really just mention a little bit of factual information, because you can't argue with facts and figures, right? So, America the Beautiful, there were 56 designs, the 50-state quarters. The territory in Washington, D.C., the territories, 6 issues. But Washington crossing the Delaware, perhaps the most topical and poignant reverse that could be put on a Washington quarter would be Washington crossing the Delaware. Think about it. If Washington would never have crossed the Delaware, he wouldn't be on the quarter. So it really goes. Only one. There will not be a second one of these. This design is just once. You're watching Rare Collectibles TV for a really good reason. When you want the hard to get, impossible to get, at the best price, coins that make you do a double take in the highest quality, everybody knows where to go. Rare Collectibles TV. That's it for the new Washington quarter, ladies and gentlemen. Don't forget, $149. $145 each when you buy 5 at a time, or drop all the way down to $139 each when you buy 10 for $1,390. This was a lot of fun, wasn't it? But it was also a rare coin for $149. So thank you all, and I'll see you real soon. Bye. right now. This is a pre-sale, and this is one of the most exciting pedigree labels that has ever been issued. This is the first ever of the Kennedy half dollar of its type. And for this year, 2021, is the first time that these exclusive advance releases labels have been issued. This is the biggest news right now in the entire world of coin collecting and of certified coins. And this is what it's all about. I want you to take a look at the picture that we have. Now, we're waiting, but we are in a little bit of a different position than everybody else who's waiting for these coins to come. Because we, in a way, got a backstage pass on these coins. There are just a handful of companies in this world who have literally been handpicked by the United States Mint and in collaboration with Numismatic Guarantee Corporation, you know them, they are the grading service that has granted us exclusive rights to the Reagan Mercanti label that we have on all of our Silver Eagle coins of perfect grade. Well, what's happened is, dare I say it, even more exciting than that. This has never been done before. We're talking about 2021. And every one of these half dollars of the Kennedy half dollar are solid silver. And they're also pure silver. And of course, before 2019, there had never been a pure silver Kennedy half dollar before. Also the grade, let's not forget that, they're Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. And you cannot get a higher grade because it's indicative of perfect condition. And you cannot get a higher designation of the cameo effect of the coin, that mirrored background and satiny foreground of the coins. The ultimate designation for any proof coin in the history of striking coins has been Ultra Cameo. Nobody does Ultra Cameo better than the United States Mint. So what I'm hoping I'm getting across to you is the quality of these coins are unsurpassed, the grade is the highest ever, and the label of advanced releases that just a handful of companies around this world have access to. I started to tell you that really what this is a backstage pass. It's a quick route to the front of the line. Advanced releases is something that has never been done before, and I really want to read you the exact definition of this so I don't get anything wrong, because this is brand spanking new. You have seen it, by the way, on the Silver Eagles, but you have never seen it before on the Kennedy half dollar. And the other thing I want to tell you is I have been searching high and low. And right now I can stand here and I can tell you that Rare Collectibles TV is the first company out of the gate who is going to be guaranteed to get some of these coins. We are one of the companies that are in on this deal, and it's very special, let me tell you, but I want you to know, please give us a call. This is going to be huge. The phones are not going to stop ringing. It is going to be incredibly chaotic. But right now, while there's still a little calm before the storm, get on the line to get one of these coins. We are talking about not $1,500 or $2,000. You know, when these issues that are so special first hit the market, you see a mad dash for them, and people will be out and just to pay anything just to be guaranteed to get one of these coins. One of the reasons why there's such a mad dash all the time for these coins is right here. Let's take a look. When you go right down to the bottom line of this chart, what you see is historically and traditionally, even the first bottom two lines, or I should say the bottom two lines, the percentage of proofs versus business strike of the proof Kennedy half dollars, of which this 2021 is certainly one of, is only 3.6%. The percentage of proof strikes that are certified perfect Proof 70 grade is not even half of 1%, not even a quarter of 1%, 0.15%. Most of you collectors out there are also Kennedy half dollar collectors. You collect Morgan dollars, you collect gold, you collect the Lincoln cents, all of the greatest rarities that we sell. And I think maybe up at the top of your list, in some cases at the very top, is the Kennedy half dollar. This is a coin that has been aggressively sought after by collectors, by history buffs, over the years that since the coin has been first issued in 1964. The way we stand today on every Kennedy half dollar, the anticipation of these coins coming out has really cleaned the shelves out of all Kennedy half dollars. This is not something unique to coin collecting right now. I've seen it with Morgan dollars and Silver Eagles. It's a mad rush to get every single one of the coins coming out today. This one, again, is right there at the top of the list. I want to describe to you, in fact, I want to read to you directly off NGC's website their definition of the advanced releases. NGC offers the advanced releases designation for select coins, not every coin is going to be eligible, that are purchased by designated mint customers, that's us, prior to the publicly posted first day that the mint makes the new coin available for sale. The most exclusive label. That's what we're dealing with here. Now, you may have heard that a small handful, a group of dealers like us that purchase quantities from the U.S. Mint almost on a daily basis have been granted some special access to these labels and really invited to move to the very front of the line ahead of everybody else to get the very first of these coins. And if that it wasn't enough, the label of advanced releases speaks to the fact that days before the public notice of release is when we get a chance to get the coins. So naturally, everybody wants one. It's never been done before. $289. I really fear that there's not going to be enough of these coins for all the millions of collectors of the Kennedy half dollar. This table that I'm holding in my hand is from 1964 all the way to the present time. And it features mintages from every single year. And you know something, folks? You take a look at them, and there's millions and millions of coins. Well, every one of these coins are for the collectors, though. They're all proofs. The business strikes. If those figures were up here, it would go on for pages and pages. It would be like a small phone book. And there's millions of those collectors. But when you look at these coins right here, folks, these dates, these mintages, you can bet that each and every one of those coins represents a collector. That's what you're up against. Now, we know that they never make millions of these coins. The coins have small mintages year in and year out, especially lately. There's a lot of evidence of that. We anticipate that this year as well. But I will tell you this. This is the most exclusive label for the following reason. You have to be invited to get in on this label. We had to be invited. It's not open to everybody. It sounds a little bit like favoritism, doesn't it? Aren't we glad? Aren't we glad that Rare Collectibles is in a position where we get so much product from the U.S. Mint because it's because of you collectors, because there's the demand for it, that we were invited to partake in this. Ladies and gentlemen, $289. And I want to also tell you that as I stand here right now, and believe me, I looked, my compatriots here, we all spent lots of time trying to find if we were the first. And we were. So I am proud to stand here and tell you, it's not easy to be first out of the gate with something so exclusive. But I have to tell you, we did it. And timing, you know, timing means a lot. Timing is everything. Well, I think that saying, that cliche, timing is everything, was made for this deal. It really was. You are right now in the right place to get a pre-sale, to get advanced on the advance. Something that nobody else in the country is telling you right now. I can guarantee you an advanced releases label. I can guarantee you the highest perfect condition graded cameo coin, ultra cameo, you're ever gonna have in your collection. I can promise you that as the market takes off, and we've seen it before, I can name countless of examples where one day it's here and the next day it's boom. I can promise you a locked-in price of $289. If you can swing it, get as many as you can, because you're not going to regret it. But you are if you don't. I'm telling you right now, again, I've seen it a million times. You look back a couple of years, man, why didn't I get that 1995 W proof when I could have gotten it in the gold set for absolutely nothing? A $25,000 coin today. Don't regret it. This is an exemplary opportunity of how Rare Collectibles has really its finger on the pulse of the market. You can see a winner coming down the track from a long way, right? Because it's got the lead. This coin, ladies and gentlemen, is it. Don't miss out on it. It's a rare opportunity. We were invited, and you are now invited. Listen, I got to wrap this up, but I want to let you know that for $289, you're going to get the finest examples, and you're going to get the most unique issue of the Kennedy half dollar in a darn long time. And let us not forget also that you will own a really special coin and the third in the series of the pure silver Kennedy half dollars. Thank you so much for watching Rare Collectibles TV. Don't go anywhere because you know there's going to be a lot of good stuff coming up. And I will see you all really soon. Bye now. Hey, I am James Gerstel. You're watching Rare Collectibles TV. Have you guys heard about the emergency production of Silver Eagles at the Philadelphia Mint that has been going on for a very short period of time, for 2020 and 2021? Now, we all know that it's the last year or so been different than any other time in our history for at least a century. And as a result, there's been shortages of a lot of stuff. And one of the biggest shortages of all lately has been silver. And it seems that in trying times, everybody wants one of the original forms of money. And silver has become extremely popular. The most popular form of silver of all are American silver dollars. It's always been that way. Morgan dollars are collected by generations and thousands of collectors. Peace dollars. Everybody wants a peace dollar. And when you go back even further, trade dollars and seated liberty dollars and flowing hair dollars, if you're ever lucky enough to get one of the originals. American silver dollars have been collected since the late 1700s, from the very founding of the mint. Rarely in the history of the United States of America does the government invoke its emergency powers to literally mandate that the mints strike coins to be disseminated to the American public. This happened in 2020 and in 2021. It hadn't happened for a really long time. The last time we saw anything like emergency production for coins was during World War II. Beginning in 1942, the lowly Jefferson nickel. Well, nickel was a major component of the war effort. So the government had to remove all the nickel from production of all U.S. coinage, and they replaced it with, of all things, solid silver. Well, that was the Silver War nickels. They were struck from 1942 to 1945. And the reason for that was emergency production. And how can you tell a Jefferson nickel that's produced under emergency production rules, if you will? You see that mint mark on the reverse of that coin at the very top of the dome of Monticello? That big P mint mark indicates that that is a Silver War nickel, emergency production. In 1943, copper was extremely vital to the war effort. There were a lot of Lincoln pennies being produced, millions and millions. All the copper was removed from the Lincoln penny. It was substituted with steel and zinc. Steel pennies, 1943. How could you tell that was emergency production? It was the only time that a penny was made out of steel. Instantly recognizable, emergency production. So it's no surprise to us coin collectors that the government was going to have to do something when virtually the government shut down, because They were mandated by law to strike these coins every year. You see, in 1985, Ronald Reagan, who was president at the time, signed into law the Liberty Coin Act. That authorized the Treasury to begin striking a new American silver dollar. That began in 1986. And every year, as a regular issue or what we call a business strike, that coin was struck. So 2020 and 2021 were going to be no different. Even if the government had to invoke the right to authorize by emergency production, emergency issue, the coins you're about to see. Now, the thing about these coins, the mintage is surprisingly low. I don't think anybody ever could have foreseen what has happened. I want you to take a look, because we are offering an opportunity here to get the 2020 and the 2021. And there's so many attributes to these new silver dollars, ladies and gentlemen. Number one, the 2020 documented and certified as a first day of issue from the Philadelphia Mint in that special Philadelphia holder, first day of issue in the ultimate grade of perfect MS-70. This coin is available as a single entity. It's $379. And I'm popping the price right now because I want you to know this is an incredible rarity. It's the second rarest silver eagle as a business strike ever produced by the U.S. Mint. And I'm talking about a coin that has been continually struck since 1986, year in and year out. You get the second rarest silver eagle ever issued with a mintage of 240,000 for $379. Its compadre there next to it in a Mint State 70 as well, we put in our special NGC Reagan Mercanti exclusive holder that only Rare Collectible TV has the rights to. And we did that because that year of 2021 is the final year for the Mercanti Reverse. It's been on the coin since 1986. The one you are looking at right there is the last. It is going away. There will be no 2022. In fact, midway through this year, the Mint will switch the Reverse to a brand new design. So the Mercanti Reverse of the Heraldic Eagle is going away forever. You get what is the third rarest and just the second emergency production ever done, Silver Eagle in the 2021 with a mintage of 495,000. That coin is $269. Now get on the phone right now, but don't hesitate, because this deal has got collectors everywhere wanting these coins. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Coin Week, one of the largest coin publications, had an article. In the title says it all. A new modern rarity, the 2020. And they go on to state here, there will be rarities issued in 2021 as well. Get ready. We've got them, both of them. They sold out quicker than you can blink an eye. Here's why. Take a quick look at this table of mintages of the business struck, or what I call regular issue, of the American Silver Eagle dollar. And don't forget, this coin is the largest American silver dollar ever produced by the Mint. It has way more silver in it than a Morgan dollar. It has a larger diameter. And it has a world-famous design. On its obverse, the Walking Liberty half dollar, designed from 1916. And its reverse, the ultimate heraldic eagle design, designed by John Mercanti, going away. That coin has made history since the first day in 1986 when it was issued. Now take a look at the mintages. And these equate to millions and millions of collectors buying each and every one of these years, putting them away to get a complete date run from the beginning all the way up to the current issue. So the coins we're featuring right now are vital components to completing all of these coin collections. Thousands, if not millions of people have started collections and can't complete them without the two coins you're about to see. Now take a look at the bottom of this table. In red, the ultimate reason why I want you guys on the phone right now. The 2020 with a mintage of 240,000. It's bested by only one coin, the 2015. And the 2021 from Philadelphia, documented with a mintage of 495,000, another crazy low mintage. Folks, I want you to know that we're offering the 2021 on an individual basis, and that is also in the highest grade attainable, a Mint State 70, a perfect condition coin. We're offering that coin for $269. You're going to see in a minute why both the prices that we have, the $379 price for the 2020, you can't beat it. I guarantee it. The $269 price for the 2021, the very last with Mercanti's Reverse, $269. Another coin in our exclusive label at the highest grade attainable. And for the set together, ladies and gentlemen, get on the line because you have an opportunity to buy both true rare coins for $629. Now here's where it gets really fun. Really, there's three finishes of American Silver Eagles. There are what we call the business strikes. I call them the regular issue. Much like a Morgan dollar was issued every year in uncirculated, these are very much the same way. In fact, they are the same way. Now, when you look in your red book, you'll see in parentheses very small mintages of Morgan dollars. Those are the proof coins. The largest mintage was 1,200. Those are really, really hard to get, obviously. They're priceless artifacts. And so the Mint followed along those lines by issuing these silver dollars in proof. And they issued about 27 million of them. There was another collectible version, the burnished die. Almost 3.8 million of those coins were issued. Now, the column on the far right says it all. Those are the percentages by which these coins grade in perfect 70 grade. The business strikes, not even 0.75% would you be guaranteed to get a perfect Mint State 70 when you submit a coin. So what does that mean? Well, you can't just submit one coin and expect to get a perfect grade. No, you're going to have to really go with quantity there to get one coin that'll grade absolutely perfect. Well, it isn't much better with the proofs or the burnished die. Pretty small amounts, but nothing comes close to the regular issue of the business strikes. They are the hardest to attain in perfect grades. Let me show you what we're talking about in brass tacks. These are 2020 Silver Eagle dollars that were produced by Philadelphia as emergency issues. $795, one coin. Now, we're doing the same coin for $379, except ours is a first day of issue. But they're both PCGS graded. Ours is $379, theirs is $795. Well, we love John Mercanti here. He's a friend of the show. We have an exclusive label with his signature on it. And here is an NGZ coin that was graded in a perfect 70 grade. It's $1,150. I just offered you the same coin for $379 in a PCGS, first day of issue, Mint State 70. That one right there, $1,150. Oh, here's a great deal. This is also Philadelphia, first day of issue and emergency production. It's $1,000, ladies and gentlemen. And I got to tell you, it's a phenomenal deal. You are going to thank your lucky stars that you landed here today, because at $379 for that coin, unbeatable. And I got to tell you, don't miss out. The 2021 at $269 is equally as valuable because it features the last heraldic reverse, and it features only the second emergency production Silver Eagle struck at the Philadelphia Mint. And its mintage is 495,000. Another really low mintage. A 2020 at $1,680. And I guarantee you, the owners of that coin, people who bought that coin, are happy as you can be to own one. Well, imagine our viewers right now watching this show and saying, I paid $1,680 I paid $11.50. I paid $1,000. I got the greatest deal in the world at $7.95. Seeing this, where you could buy both of those coins, the 220, the 221 for $629. Both in Mint State 70, the 2020 in a first day issue, the 2021 in our exclusive Reagan Mercanti label for $629 for the two together. Don't forget, $269 for the 2021 on their own. So if you love American Silver Eagles, if you know that this coin has become the most popular silver dollar in the entire world, it has really overtaken the Morgan dollar. And I'll tell you what, you can never get one of those fantastic classic Morgan or Peace dollars in a Mint State 70. Not even one coin exists. Very few of these coins exist in a Mint State 70 grade. Only 0.72%, not even 0.75%. So don't delay. On that table, there was one coin that had a lower mintage than the two that we're showing right now. That was a 2015, and that was also struck at Philadelphia. It was an emergency production. The mintage was about 80,000. I want to show you how valuable these coins become. That coin right there is one of the coins that I just spoke about, and coincidentally, it has the same label as our 220, the Philadelphia label. That coin, almost $4,000. What's the grade? Mint State 70, the ultimate. I get excited about silver dollars. I've been a Morgan dollar fan since I was a little kid. I always wanted to own Morgans, but when you're 7 or 10 years old and you're a coin collector, you don't have enough money for a Morgan dollar. You're happy collecting pennies and stuff like that. In fact, you couldn't be happier. As you begin to evolve a little bit into coin collecting, you begin to realize the magnificence of the silver dollar, its size and its weight and its history. You start collecting silver dollars and the world opens up. However, let me tell you the difference about this coin. Since 1986, millions of coin collectors have discovered that the United States of America issues a bona fide legal tender silver dollar, bigger than any we've ever struck before, with the original Walking Liberty half-dollar design from 1916, a world-famous heraldic eagle reverse made famous by just the 12th chief engraver of the U.S. Mint, John Mercanti, all in one package. The silver dollar that took over the world. If you're one of those collectors, and I know you are because thousands of collectors, our collectors on our show, purchase complete collections of American Silver Eagles in Business Strike, the regular issue, from 1986 all the way to the present time. I get to tell you, every one of those collectors, they want this coin. The phones never stop ringing. The 2020, impossible to get. The mintage was only 240,000. Well, let me tell you, the 2021, no easier, because the mintage of that coin was 495,000. When you talk low mintages for silver dollars, take a look at the Morgan series. Find a coin with a mintage of less than 500,000 coins. That coin is going to be $5,000 and $10,000 in the highest grade, or highest grade. No, in a nice grade. In the highest grade, it's going to be 6 figures. This is an opportunity to get in, not just on the ground floor, but you haven't even hit the ground floor yet. I don't want to forget the 2021. A lot of attention is directed to the 2020. But the 2021, ladies and gentlemen, that is the last coin of its kind. That coin is going to go down in history as being the last American silver dollar to feature the Mercanti Heraldic Eagle Reverse. The fact that it has a mintage that is the third lowest ever at 495,000 is icing on the cake. I am offering 2021s for $269 in perfect Mint State 70. That one is almost $450. This one is almost $900. There's a reason for these prices. There's a reason for this demand. These silver dollars have caught everybody's attention. For the last year, the Mint has announced that 2021 will be a transition year. It's the last year of the heraldic eagle reverse. So since news broke of that, well, that transition to the new reverse, collectors cannot get enough of what we now call the Type 1, 1986 through 2021. Midway through 2021, the Type 2 series will begin. So this coin that you are looking at from Philadelphia for 2021 is the final issue with that reverse. Now, because of its uniqueness, because of the unique times that we live in right now, these coins as emergency production will go down in history as being unique, much like the steel cents from 1943, the silver war nickels from 42 to 45. Rarely has this happened. We all hope it never happens again. There is a silver lining. There happens to be a silver lining consisting of 2 silver dollars right here, both in the highest grade attainable. You can buy an individual 2020 with a rare mintage of only 240,000 for $379. But not for long, because they are gone everywhere. And everyone that I know that exists in the world today is right here in our set. You can buy a rare 2021, mintage 495,000, the third rarest in the history of the series, for $269. Or you can combine the two together in a set for $629. The hardest coin to achieve in a perfect grade are the coins you're looking at. They are generally struck for quantity and not quality. Though they're beautiful coins, it is the rare occurrence that these coins occur in a perfect grade. We saw that not even 0.75% of these coins will grade in a perfect grade. And that's by both grading services, both PCGS and NGC. I just want to make sure that I have not left anything out here, ladies and gentlemen. Well, we know that they're retiring the reverse. So the 2021 in your set or your individual coin is the last one of its kind. It closes out the series, forever known from now on as the Type 1. Now, I briefly mentioned that we have thousands of collectors who purchase from us the entire collection in mint state, from 1986 to the present time. Every one of those collectors are now on the phone trying to get one of these coins or the set, because it's vital to end the Type 1 series. There will never be a second chance on these coins. Let me just say this. This is possible to achieve. A complete Morgan dollar collection in the highest grades known is virtually impossible to achieve. Even if you have the $1.5 million to $2 million that it would take to purchase all of them, where would you find them? Where would you locate them? It would be a life's quest. But right here, falling right into your lap, are number 2 and number 3 in terms of rarity in the entire series of business struck silver eagles. For $629 for the set of 2, for $379 for an individual 2020, or $269 for an individual 2021. If you have any questions, you can contact me here anytime. I'm always available, and I'm willing to talk to any of you collectors about coins, because I love coins, and I'll be happy to talk to you about them. But right now, it's time for me to go. But I want to leave you with this thought. This display, this cachet, is the only one I know of anywhere in the world. There will be no more displays like this, no more cachets like this in the future. If we're able to get any more of these coins, it's going to be a little dribble here and there. There will never again be enough for me to come on the air and do this for you guys. I hope you got one or you got both, but I hope you get in on it. So thank you so much for watching. Stay tuned for more great coins. See you soon.
McNamara, and I'm standing in front of the historic New Orleans Mint. This mint was first authorized when the Mint Act of 1835 was signed by Andrew Jackson. William Strickland, famous for designing buildings in Philadelphia, was called in to build the New Orleans Mint. By May 7, 1838, the building was completed and began striking its first coinage, which were seated Liberty dimes. For the next 23 years, the New Orleans Mint struck coins of every denomination until 1861, when the Confederate States captured the building. This building was used to strike coins for the Confederacy, making it the only mint building to do so. By 1862, Union forces had recaptured the building, but it remained closed until 1876, when it was used as an assay office. Just 3 years later, in 1879, the mint was back in operation, striking our beloved O-Mint mark coins until it finally closed its doors for good in 1909.
Collection that is easy to bring to the network because this has a lot of history behind it, and it is so desirable because what we're offering right now are the last 7 dates of brilliant uncirculated Morgan dollars struck at the New Orleans Mint. Now, that's just a little bit of the story because we are also offering a couple of options here. Now, the final option is an opportunity to get all 7 of the last New Orleans dates. This is a collector's dream come true for those of you who are hardcore collectors right now, because there's a lot of great coins here. And I might mention in this deal, in the right option, is the 19030, one of the most famous Morgan dollar rarities and one of the most undervalued. We're also going to feature 3 great coins from that collection of the last 7 Morgan dollars, and 5 great coins. That's option 1 is 3, option 2 is 5, and option 3 is 7 coins. Now, for those of you collectors, and even those of you who may not be collectors, a brief history of the Morgan dollar has got to be told whenever we feature Morgan dollars. The Morgan dollar was created by George T. Morgan. The Morgan dollar was first issued in 1878. The Morgan dollar came along because of a mandate by Congress, authorizing, even requiring the Treasury Department to strike a certain amount of silver every month into a brand new silver dollar. And it was called the Bland-Ellison Act. And it required the Treasury Department to purchase every month, imagine this, in 1878, to purchase from the silver mining industry $2 to $4 million worth of silver every month. And this is in 1878. And you may wonder where all that silver came from, and it would be a very good question because you go back even further to 1859. Well, silver was discovered. It's known as the Comstock Lode, one of the most famous silver strikes in history, in 1859. A massive amount of silver was discovered in Nevada. And this silver became the Morgan dollar. And that literally is the connection from the silver mines right to the Treasury Department, to the U.S. mints, and the striking of the Morgan dollar. Now, we're specifically talking about one of the mints of the United States that struck Morgan dollars between 1879 and 1904. Now, there was no 1878 Morgan dollar from the New Orleans Mint. There was from all the other mints that were producing silver dollars: San Francisco, Philadelphia, Carson City, but not New Orleans. That began in 1879. So to start everything out, I want you to take a look at the mintage production of the silver dollars from the New Orleans Mint from 1879 and 1904. One of the great things about this collection is the rarity that may not be so obvious until you really start to explore the scarcity of the New Orleans struck Morgan dollars. Because when you look at the amount of coins that were struck from San Francisco, from Philadelphia, from New Orleans, it may be misleading because mintages of some of these coins were high. There's no two ways about that. But what we're going to be talking about, ladies and gentlemen, is something that is all about the Morgan dollar, condition rarity. And condition rarity, when it comes to Morgan dollars and many other United States coins, is that rarity where in grades that you would normally not want to own a coin, heavily circulated, perhaps even damaged, nearly dateless, hardly any rim, those coins are inexpensive and quite easy to find. But a condition rarity Morgan dollar, a coin, once it gets into that rarefied territory of mint state, becomes extremely hard to get, no matter what the mintage of the coin was. Because these coins were struck to circulate, were meant to be spent. They were never meant to be saved. That didn't come along for, wow, close to 100 years after the coins were issued. The story of the Morgan dollar from New Orleans is one of the most historic. So let's take a look at the 7 coins that we're going to be talking about. And keep in mind, we're going to offer 3, we're going to offer 5, and we are going to offer all 7. And I want you to just take a look at mintages from New Orleans in that period of time that we struck the Morgan dollar. Because when you look at that, you have to take into consideration the rarity of Morgan dollars in mint state. And when we talk about mint state, ladies and gentlemen, we talk about all grades of mint state that these coins certify in by the major grading services. So that would be MS60 all the way up to MS69. In fact, all Morgans as a series in mint state are very difficult to find. Well, we start with the top line, the total amount of Morgan dollars struck in that date range, 1878 to 1921, encompasses everyone, is over 656 million coins. Dramatically, in 1918 alone, the United States government, our own Treasury Department, melted over 270 million of those coins. 1918 alone. And then we have a figure for the total remaining after the great melts. And then really important, total now certified in mint state 60 to mint state 69. And that's encompassing the beginning grade of uncirculated all the way to the finest known, mint state 69. That total out of the remaining 386 million Morgan dollars is not even 7 million coins. And as a percentage rarity, take a look at that percentage there in red. That's not 103%. That is 0.103%. That's basically 1/10 of 1% of all the Morgan dollars ever struck are eligible to be given a grade of uncirculated, no matter what that grade is, from finest to less than finest. I don't know if you guys have been paying attention, but you probably have, because we have a lot of savvy collectors who watch this show. Coins are more popular than they have ever been. Every day I'm impressed by the amount of collectors entering into the market, by the amount of collectors continuing to increase their holdings of coins. It's dramatic. And we see this in the constantly rising price of conditional rarity Morgan dollars. A lot of this information that we talk about is decades old already. When we take a look at the percentage that these coins certify in mint state, that's the only current figures that you can really rely on. Even the amount of melts doesn't take into consideration all the silver dollars that were melted in the 1940s, all the silver dollars that were melted during the 1970s, the casinos involved, all the ways that coins have been removed from the hands of collectors that can amount to millions and millions of coins. So dramatically reduced by melting by the government, further melting, and private industry and attrition. Oh, the list just goes on and on. And you can see that barely 1/10 of 1% of the Morgan dollars that have been certified will grade in uncirculated. That is everything to the collector. the New Orleans Mint. There has been no other mint like the New Orleans Mint. Maybe Carson City can rival the New Orleans Mint in terms of history and all the stuff that went on, but the mint was authorized to begin production in 1835. By 1838, they started striking coins. It takes a while to gear up. You got to get the equipment, get the personnel, get it all together. Coins were struck from 1838 until the beginning of the Civil War. Things changed a lot in Louisiana during the Civil War. Prior to the Civil War, the state of Louisiana took possession of the New Orleans Mint from the Union. So originally, the North, if you will, was the original owner, or the U.S. government, the original owner of the New Orleans Mint. The state of Louisiana stepped in 1861. Shortly after that, the Confederacy took possession of the New Orleans Mint. Don't forget, the Civil War began and territory was captured. And then again, in 1879, the New Orleans Mint, after the Civil War, after Reconstruction, the New Orleans Mint began operation again. And that's when the first Morgan dollars were struck at New Orleans. Production didn't last long at the New Orleans Mint for the Morgan dollar because in 1904, the last Morgan dollars were struck. And then in 1909, the New Orleans Mint closed. That was it. It's a museum today. So the history of the New Orleans Mint is like none other. Owned by the Union, owned by the state of Louisiana, owned by the Confederacy, and then finally, a place of historic value today that is being brought back. You can't talk about any of this great history without mentioning the specific dates of the coin. So let's get into it. I want to let you know, ladies and gentlemen, that this collection is one of the hardest to put together. Now, you're seeing a great display, but I want you to know something about this. Every one of the coins, when they come to you, will be encapsulated and they will be in a box. We're showing them to you right now en naturel so that there's no glare off the capsules, and you see the true luster and the true sparkle and the true detail. Because every single one of these coins, ladies and gentlemen, are brilliant uncirculated. They're one of those coins of conditional rarity. Every one, every day. We're going to start off with a 3-coin collection that it's going to begin with 1898. There's 3 New Orleans last coins. 1898-0, 1902-0, a date you may never have seen, and 1904-0. And these are strategically selected, ladies and gentlemen, and let me tell you why. 1898 from New Orleans. All these coins are going to be New Orleans Mint. So if you don't hear the mint mark, just know they're all from New Orleans. 1898, a mere 4.4 million coins were issued by the New Orleans Mint. Now, ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to a Morgan dollar, that's pretty rarefied territory because I could name you Morgan dollars with mintages that are twice or 2.5 times that amount, where the coins are extremely rare, where in the same condition that we're selling these coins will cost you thousands and thousands of dollars for just one coin. 1886-0 is one of those coins with a mintage of nearly 11 million. Do you know what the mintage of the 1886-0 is? Let me tell you, it is 10,710,000. But coins in mint state are extremely difficult to get, conditional rarity. There is a surprise in the collection of 7, which I'm going to get to, and I'm just going to say one thing, 030. So for those of you out there who know that date, 19030, get ready, because you're going to get an opportunity in that collection of 7 to snag yourself one of the rarest Morgan dollars. I want to show this book to you. This is a vintage copy of the Bible, the Encyclopedia. This is really what it is. It's the comprehensive catalog and encyclopedia of U.S. Morgan and Peace dollars. And this book, get yourself a copy of this book, folks, because you'll be able to see information in here like I do. You'll be able to see how many die pairs were used. You'll be able to see how many coins were struck. You'll be able to see how many were delivered to Federal Reserves. You'll be able to track monthly production. And you know something else you'll be able to see? The yearly melts. The total of Morgan dollars that were melted it will surprise you to note that during World War II, almost 45 million silver dollars were melted. Not Pittman silver dollars, way after that, a huge chunk. None of this would have happened if it wasn't for the 1859 discovery of silver in Nevada. One of the largest silver strikes the world has ever seen. Enabled this country to strike the Morgan dollar, and it changed the world. It changed the United States of America, which in turn changed the world. People from all over the world came to this country to make their way out west to try to strike it rich, mining silver. Very few people really struck it rich, 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 but most people stayed. And they expanded the West, and they expanded the country, and they populated all this territory, and states became part of the United States of America. The country grew. And when you talk about this great silver rush, it rivals any silver rush anywhere in the world. Starting off with the first collection of New Orleans coins. This collection is $295, and I want to let you know something. One of the things that we are most famous for here at Rare Collectibles is the way we buy coins and how we put deals like this together. Because I'm going to tell you right now, if you're not buying your Morgan dollars here, first of all, you want to buy your Morgan dollars here because I'm a coin collector. Even guys who work behind the scenes are coin collectors. The main buyer of this for this company is not only a coin collector, he's a pretty sharp guy. Rick Tamaska has put together some of the greatest registry sets. We are coin collectors. And what that means, well, we're also coin dealers. And what that means is we have a discerning eye, and we get offered the highest quality coins because people know they're not going to offer us garbage, sorry to say it, because we're going to kick it back. They offer us fantastic coins because they know those are the coins we're going to pick. Those are the coins we want. We're not going to take lower quality. So keep that in mind. Are you ready? Now, in this first set for $295, we're going to start off with the 1898-0. The 1898-0 got a really low mintage, 4.4 million. Now, the 1881S has a mintage of almost 13 million coins. And the amount of coins that have been certified in mint state of just the 1881S, and I'm talking about all grades of mint state, from 60 to 69, is almost 500,000 coins. Incredible. The amount, and it's one of the most popular coins in the world, but the amount that are able to be certified in mint state is about 5%. That's not a lot in itself. But when you look at the amount of coins, wow. So when we take a coin like the 1898-0 with a mintage that's about a third of the 1881S, and we look at the amount that have been certified, it's so low, well, immediately the rarity of this coin jumps out at you. And because the coin is hard to get, this is what you're up against. So I want you to know, this is $475. And what is it? It's an 1898-0 in brilliant uncirculated condition. Now, you're seeing an image of that coin right there, and I want you to notice something about the coin. Every detail of strike is there. These coins never circulated. And one of the ways you can tell an uncirculated Morgan dollar is by looking at Liberty's ear. And you see the hair above the ear of Liberty. And what you'll see there are the lines of detail. That's one of the first places to wear on a coin that's been circulated, almost immediately. And those high points of that detailed engraved hairline will wear in a second when they get circulated. It wears down, it gets soft. You can tell from a mile away. So I want you to look at our coins, and I want you to notice the crispness, and I want you to notice the word Liberty in Liberty's bonnet. And I want you to notice all of the edges of the coin, all of the ridges, and all the stars. You don't see compressed stars there. What you're looking at there, ladies and gentlemen, are brilliant uncirculated Morgan dollars. And that's why when you find a coin like that, well, like I said, there's one at nearly $500. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are comparing straight up same dates and same quality here. So I want you to know that. Now, take a look at this 19020, $325. The final coin in this collection of three is a 19040, the coin with a mintage of 3.7 million. I'll tell you why that's so low in a second. Here is a 19040, the last Morgan dollar struck at New Orleans. That coin is $285. Look at this example. Now, I want to talk for a really brief moment about bag marks on Morgan dollars. When these coins were struck, they were struck a different way than collector coins are struck today. I mean, when you see these fantastic coins that come out of the San Francisco Mint today or come out of Philadelphia that are earmarked especially for collectors, well, those coins are handled with kit gloves. They're never released into circulation. They are struck almost by hand, individually, one at a time. Well, the Morgan dollar was different. The mints were mandated to strike hundreds of thousands of coins per month, sometimes even millions, to adhere to the law of striking a certain amount of silver into Morgan dollars every single month. They had to meet their quotas. So their main aim was quantity and not quality. So conditional rarity. The coins in blazing brilliant uncirculated are not going to come around very often. That is just the way the coins were struck and the way they were processed. They were struck on a high-speed press. They were dumped into canvas bags, 1,000 at a time. They were transported all across the country, generally by train. They banged against each other, which was what created the bag marks. So the quest is always to find the coins with the fewest amount of contact marks on the obverse and reverse of the coins. And those are the reasons why high-grade Morgan dollars do not exist in any type of quantities at all. Option 2 is going to be a 5-coin collection, and here are the dates. And I want you to pay, this is so important, ladies and gentlemen, because we're offering 5 New Orleans struck brilliant uncirculated Morgan dollars for less than $500, for $495. And when you get out there in the real world, when you leave this place, you're going to be paying over $2,000. It's a fact of life. And again, we can do this. We do it every day. And the reason why, we know where to get the coins. We know the quality of coins we're interested in. We are fierce negotiators, and we're buyers of coins. We buy coins day in, day out, no matter what. We never stop. That's how you get the best deals. That's how we get the best deals. And that obviously is how you guys do as well. So $495, here's what you get. 1898.0, the 1899.0, the 1900.0, the 020, and the 1904. Now, I already showed you comps here, and I'm going to do it again. 1898 at $475. Also in this deal was the 1899. It's a bit of a date run here. Now, here's an 1899 for over $300, $340. Now, next up in this deal is the 1900.0, and these dates are never seen. Never. I mean, you just do not see collections like this put together because this is really tough to do. I can tell you right now, when you're getting New Orleans minted Morgan dollars most everywhere, you're going to buy 83 O's, 84 O's, 85 O's. No one's going to do the hard work that we do. This is 1900.0. Now take a look. $325. Now next in this collection is the 1904.0. And again, here's a 1904.0 for close to $300, $285. So when we make that comparison, folks, that's over $2,000, $2,050. We're at $495. And I want you to know, we are not sacrificing the quality. In fact, I haven't seen those coins in person. But I will tell you this, I've seen a lot of coins in person, and oftentimes we'll, buy deals out there to see just what we're up against. Nobody ever beats our quality. I can tell you that unequivocally, and we stand behind that. Because when it comes to Morgan dollars, we're pretty good experts. We've been doing this a long time. There's no bragging going on here. It is a fact that we get the highest coins offered to us. Just watch this show. You're going to see it. $495 for this collection of 5. Again, when you talk about New Orleans coins, conditional rarity, well, you talk about all Morgan dollars, conditional rarity. There's only a couple of Morgan dollars that are falling into the absolute category. 1893S with a mintage of only 100,000, 1894P with a mintage of 110,000. But almost every Morgan dollar, every other one, is a conditional rarity. Here is the ultimate, ladies and gentlemen, an opportunity to buy the last 7, including the 19030. Now, I've saved the best for last because the 19030, now it's not the smallest mintage of all of these coins. That would fall on the 19040. But the thing about the 19030, we know, we have pretty good information. There's a lot of archival information out there, and we do a lot of research. We read books like this. Most of them got melted. Hardly any exist. At one time, it was considered one of the greatest rarities of all. And then, and we're talking about in the 1960s. And we know most of the coins were melted. And at that time, a small hoard of 19030s was discovered. In the 19030, before the great payouts of the Treasury Department during the 1960s, mostly during the 60s, some 19030s were released into circulation. And I'll tell you, that coin, since the day it was struck, has been sought after by every collector. It's one of the most famous of all the Morgans. Let's take a look at this complete collection of 7. First of all, take a look at how the coins are going to look. And they're going to come in this great box as well. And I want to put this out for everybody because this is really a unique opportunity, folks. Because I'm finding 19030s exactly the same condition as what we're doing. Brilliant uncirculated. For nearly what we're going to offer this entire collection for. And I don't want to tell you what that is right now because I want to tell you that you have an opportunity to buy the last 7 New Orleans silver dollars, beginning with 1898. So 1898, 1899, 1900, 1901. When do you see that date? 1902, the world famous 1903. One of the sleeper dates of all the Morgans ever struck, the 1904. And that collection, ladies and gentlemen, and I ran all the numbers, and I came to $3,535. But we're offering this 7-coin collection for $1,295. That is actually going to be available with a split pay of $647.50. So you give us a call right now, and I recommend you do that. And I recommend you use the split pay because this collection of 7 is extremely difficult to get. It has an 010. It has a 19030. It has the 02. It has them all from 1898 to 1904. $1,295. This is the most fun part about what I do. We already know that the 5-coin collection was over $2,000 out there in the real world. So I want to pick up real quickly with what we're going to add to make it a 7-coin collection. Are you ready? Because here it goes. At $1,295 for this entire collection, there is no time to wait. And I don't mean to be pushy, but in this instance, I must insist. Because where are you going to land a deal with so much rarity, so much value, so much quality for $1,295? Wow. All right, so there is the 1898-0 at $475. The 1899-0 at $340. 1900 at $325. The 1901, now you got to check this 1901 out that I found. It's a really worn out coin, but it's a 19010, $750. The coin you're going to get dated 1901, check it out. Looks like that. Never used, never circulated, not worn out. Original, brilliant, uncirculated. That in itself, ladies and gentlemen, should not be happening, but we did it. Now look at this, 19020, $325. The world famous 19030. And this is a coin that started the rush to collect Morgan dollars by date. Everybody wanted to find one of these when you had the opportunity. $1,200 for one 19030 in brilliant uncirculated condition. We're selling the entire collection of 7 for $1,295. The 19040 at almost $300, $285. $3,535. Sounds like a magic number, right? I want to buy it already. But I like $1,295 so much better. Folks, let me tell you the reason why this is a must-buy right now, because I got to close this out. Just between the years of 1957 and 1964, the United States Treasury Department in Washington, D.C. was part of the release of Morgan dollars into circulation. And you can track this by year. You can see 1957, the total amount of coins. How many were held by the Treasury? How many were held by the Federal Reserve or in the reserve banks? And then the amount in circulation, released. You know how that happened, folks? You could, and you could do this still today, go to Washington, D.C. You need some money, you need paper money, and this was between 1957 and 1964. If you had 1,000 silver certificates, $1 silver certificates, you could go to the Treasury Department, you could put that $1,000 wad of money down, and you would get a bag of 1,000 silver dollars. Now, the bags weren't labeled as to date, just by count. And that was the great thing, because the mint didn't keep track of the quantities of silver dollars that were held in the Treasury by date, just by quantity. So you would go with your $1,000, and you would walk out with 1,000 silver dollars. Now, most of those got released into circulation. People spent them. And they would sit down and try to pick out some of the better conditioned coins. And by the time this was all done, it ended in 1964, the Treasury put a stop to it because the price of silver began to rise to where silver was worth more than the face value of the dollars. So they stopped it entirely and said, no more of this. From now on, if anybody wants silver dollars, they got to pay the market price, not the face value. But before they could do that, nearly 500 million coins were paid out, gone, never again to be seen. Kind of made today's collecting so interesting because it took these quantities of coins and reduced them to next to nothing. And when you couple that with all the great melts and all the great collectors who have been squirreling away coins for decades and decades already, that's why barely 0.1% of all Morgan dollars ever certified will grade in any grade of uncirculated. But I'll tell you something about the coins from New Orleans. That figure is lower than the general figure for the entire series. The coins from New Orleans are hard to get in brilliant uncirculated condition. Everybody knows that. They struck a lot of coins. They struck them fast. And what we're left with today, ladies and gentlemen, are 3 great collections. Are you ready? Because this is the end of one of the best collector sets we have ever put together, no matter which one you choose. Set number 1, a 3-coin collection of New Orleans struck Morgan dollars, $295. The set of 5, $495. The set of 7, and that set of 7 contains a 19010 and a 19030, and all the other dates, 1898, 1899, 1900, 1902, 1904. And that set is $1,295. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I got to tell you, I have never seen an opportunity for Morgan dollars from New Orleans like this one. That's no lying. That's not scripted. We don't have scripts. The reason why I'm amazed at that, I just spent the entire day yesterday on the phone with every major silver dollar dealer that I know. Many of them have written some of the most famous books. Many of them are responsible for selling some of the rarest silver dollars ever discovered. And each and every one of us cannot believe the push, the squeeze on Morgan dollars today. It's almost as if the world woke up to the fact that the Morgan dollar today is the coin to buy for all the historical reasons that I mentioned. From melting them and paying them out, most of them circulating. And you know what, ladies and gentlemen, what I'm seeing today? Most people are happy to get these coins in circulated condition. A 19010 in near cold condition, almost where you would just melt a coin for $750, tells me the New Orleans silver dollars have hit the scene in a big way. And everybody wants them. So do we, so do you, and guess what? We have them, so don't miss out. The Morgan dollar is one of the most fascinating coins ever issued because you can trace the history of this country with its discovery of the silver that struck it, the issuing of the coin that is so famous today, the monetary value, and the collector interest, all here in one collection. I want to thank you for watching Rare Collectibles TV, and I hope you have started a journey of coin collecting today, or you're continuing. Either way, you can give me a call because I will be happy to talk to you, and I mean that sincerely. Thanks for watching. I got to wrap it up. In fact, this is the end. Don't miss out. We'll see you real soon. Bye-bye now.
Here's an interesting fact about the old San Francisco Mint, better known as the Granite Lady. The Granite Lady's sturdy construction allowed this building to remain standing after the Great Earthquake of 1906. The cataclysmic earthquake leveled most of surrounding San Francisco, starting numerous fires and causing wreckage that nearly wiped out the city. This building was the only substantial structure to remain standing after the massive earthquake and fires of 1906.
If you're watching for the first time, you may not have heard of the Great European Gold Hoard. Folks, it almost sounds like something from a Steven Spielberg movie. But as often the case, life can be far more fantastic and wondrous than fiction. 100 years from now, 500 years from now, the Great European Gold Hoard will not be some little footnote in the history books. This once and forever Halley's Comet treasure of early United States gold coins, the likes of which the world will never see again, will be legendary. Our great-great-grandkids will be reading about a bank in France that had in its vault hundreds of bags of United States minted gold coins struck before 1933. Gold coins struck during an era when a gold coin was legal tender in our country and was regularly used in commerce along with pennies, dimes, quarters. Of course, the most highly prized gold coins coming out of the Great European Gold Hoard were the double eagles, the largest gold coins ever struck for commerce by our United States Mint. A double eagle, folks. Why are they called double eagles? Because up until 1850, the largest gold coin struck by the United States Mint for commerce was the $10 gold piece. It had about a half an ounce of gold. And gold at that time was valued at around $20 an ounce. So that made the coins worth $10 in gold. And because it was the largest gold coin struck for commerce, it was referred to as the eagle. And then in 1848, gold was discovered in California. And our country was able to strike an even larger gold coin, which was of great benefit to our banking system. It facilitated larger transactions. And so in 1850, the Mint began striking this massive gold coin, twice the size of the $10 eagle. And so it was referred to as the double eagle. And double eagles are what I have for you today. But not just any gold double eagles, folks. These coins were struck in 1893 at the San Francisco Mint. And not just any San Francisco struck double eagles. Please take a look at these Smithsonian quality 1893S Liberty double eagles. These are amazing, folks. Among the finest known, these 1893S Liberty double eagles in mint fresh, uncirculated MS62 condition should not exist. If you go to the Smithsonian, home of the greatest collection of United States coins in the world, and look at the Smithsonian specimen of the 1893S, it's an incredible MS62 coin, equal to the coins I have for you today. This is Smithsonian quality. And the best part of all is the price I'm able to offer them at. Now, these are the rarest San Francisco minted Liberty double eagles that I have ever had the thrill and honor of offering on my show in this quantity. I have nearly 100 examples. To own any United States gold double eagle, which was last struck in 1933, about 90 years ago, is a thrill. Again, these were the largest gold coins ever struck for commerce by the United States Mint, with virtually a full ounce of gold. Now, these Liberty double eagles, they're actually a little smaller in diameter than a Morgan dollar, but they're about 25% heavier. I mean, they're hefty coins. They were struck for commerce. Here's a typical survivor. These coins were struck, ejected from the coin press. They would fall into the bin. They'd go through coin counting machines, thrown into bags. The bags would go on to trains to be shipped throughout the country. Gold is a very soft metal. And along the way, on that journey, they would acquire numerous deep bag marks and gouges like you see on this 1903. Look at the deep cut along Liberty's jawline. This coin is ungradable. It's damaged. Here's another. This is a 1907, the last year of the Liberty double eagle. Again, a deep horizontal gouge along her upper cheekbone. Heavily damaged coins just by the fact that these gold coins are large, heavy coins, and gold is a very soft metal. The double eagles I have for you today, folks, should not even exist. These 1893 San Francisco minted double eagles, struck before 1900, I would estimate approximately 95% of all the gold double eagles coming out of the Great European Bank Hoard were struck 1900 or later, and most were struck at the Philadelphia Mint. Here is a mint bag. Now just imagine if you had a bowling ball, which would just be able to fit in this bag, Bowling ball weighs 16 pounds. If you had gold double eagles occupying the same space as that bowling ball, this bag would weigh around 60 pounds, folks. There are very few Liberty double eagles that survive in exceptional condition, especially those struck before 1900, especially the San Francisco Mint. How were we so very fortunate to acquire this numismatic Halley's Comet miracle? Actually, these exquisite, superb quality Smithsonian 1893 double eagles, well, the story begins with the Great Depression. It was economic devastation for countries around the world. Our country hadn't experienced anything like it since the Civil War. The stock market crashed. Unemployment was around 25%. It was catastrophic. There were an estimated 4,000 bank failures in 1933 alone. Millions of Americans had their life savings wiped out. Overnight, a family that felt secure suddenly found themselves destitute because there was no FDIC insurance back then. Your money wasn't guaranteed. Could you imagine having your life savings, 20 years, 30 years of your life savings in the bank for safekeeping? That was your nest egg, folks. And imagine going to the bank the next day and the banks shuttered closed. They failed. You were wiped out, affecting hundreds of thousands of families, millions of families. So, a lot of citizens who had their life savings in banks that had not yet failed were understandably terrified that their bank would be next. And so they began pulling their money out of their bank and taking that paper money, which for all they knew could be next to worthless in 6 months or a year, and they began buying United States gold coins. I think I probably would have done the same thing if I had been in their position. After all, gold throughout human history, across cultures, has always had a special value. So you had all these citizens pulling their money out of banks, buying these gold coins, which created additional stress on our banking system. They had to put a stop on this run on the banks because that was just threatening more banks, more bank failures. And so on April 5th, 1933, then President Franklin Roosevelt passed Executive Order 6102, which made owning over $100 worth of gold or gold bullion or gold certificates illegal. And back then, gold was about $20 an ounce. So the maximum number of gold double eagles you could own were 5. And everyone would have to turn their gold coins into the Treasury for paper money on or before May 1st, 1933. And if you were caught with over $100 worth of gold, folks, it was enforced. You could face a $10,000 fine or 10 years imprisonment or both. And folks, they enforced it. And so all those people that had accumulated all those gold coins had to turn them in to the Treasury in exchange for paper money. Now, what did the Treasury do with all these gold coins? Over the span of that decade, the mint melted down 39% of the entire mintage of all gold double eagles. That was over 50 million coins. Now, this is where the great European bank hoard comes in. Well, people were caught between a rock and a hard place. On the one hand, they could keep their savings in the bank and risk complete financial ruin if their bank failed. Or on the other hand, they could buy gold to preserve their wealth, but face a $10,000 fine or 10 years imprisonment or both. But there was a third option. It turns out not every citizen turned all their gold in. For individuals of means and some institutions who basically said to themselves, well, the government might tell us it is illegal to own over $100 worth of gold in this country. The executive order didn't say we can't own gold in another country. And so, before the executive order took effect, there were some individuals and institutions who bought United States gold coins by the bag, and they began shipping bags of gold coins to banks in Europe. And those bags of United States gold coins have been sitting in those vaults undisturbed since the early 1930s until now. And if not for one of those bags sitting there since the 1930s, these coins would not exist. I'd like you to take a look at this first chart I have. And you see there, of all the Liberty Gold Double Eagles struck, just over 1% have been certified in uncirculated mint state condition, MS-60 or higher. That's for all Liberty Double Eagles. Now, what do we mean by mint state 60? Well, coins are graded on the 70-point grading scale. We call it the Sheldon grading scale. A low of 1, which is a heavily worn coin, where you can barely read the date, to a high of 70, which is a coin that's perfect under high magnification. Mint state 60 represents a coin that has never been in circulation, but has severe bag marks. Just imagine a bag of Liberty Gold Double Eagles. There's going to be some coins in that bag that have a lot more abrasions than others. And the most heavily abraded examples will probably grade mint state 60. Mint state 60 is a coin that has a lot of abrasions, a very baggy coin from that bag. When you get to an MS-62 grade, folks, for these Liberty Double Eagles, especially pre-1900, they're extremely rare. Rarely have any double eagle surfaced from the great European gold hoard that were struck at the San Francisco Mint, especially pre-1900. I'd like you to take a look at this chart, folks. This is extraordinary, and this really illustrates the rarity of this coin. You look at the St. Gaudens. Most of the examples out of the great European bank hoard came from the Philadelphia Mint. It's understandable, because these coins were shipped to Europe from the East Coast, and the Philadelphia Mint was closest to the East Coast. Rarely did a bag of San Francisco minted St. Gaudens or Liberty Double Eagles make it to the East Coast to be shipped to Europe. The lone example you see there is the 1914S in the St. Gaudens series. Only 24,000 certified in all grades and 2,200 in MS-65 condition. But now when we look at this Liberty Double Eagle, by far the most common Liberty Double Eagle coming out of the great European bank hoard was the 1904 Philadelphia minted Liberty Double Eagle. Over 200,000 have been certified to date by PCGS. 65,000 of those were in MS-62 condition. The most common San Francisco minted coin was the 1898S. Only 23,000 coins, folks, of which about 9,500 were in MS-62. But now look at this 1893S. This earlier vintage, folks, only 6,236 coins certified, of which only 2,706 certified in 6.2 condition. And if you're looking for a higher grade, 6.5, they're virtually non-existent. These 1893S's are extraordinary. They are so rare. The best part of all, folks, is the price. You just saw some populations of Liberty Double Eagles. The 1904P, by far the most common issue. You look at what other dealers are offering the 1904P for in MS-62, the same grade as my 93S's. Take a look at just a few that we have for you. Here's a 1904 graded MS-62, a dealer with 100% positive feedback, $4,200, a fair market price. Here's another one, again, MS-62, $4,500. Again, a dealer with 100% positive feedback. Here's a third, MS62 1904P, a dealer with 100% positive feedback, $4,200. And here's the last one, the highest of all, $5,400. Those are fair prices. The key to our success, folks, is that when we have some good fortune that comes our way to acquire some rare date Liberty Double Eagles at a great price, a no middleman price, we pass our good fortune on to you. Now, I could easily offer these coins for $49.95, and we'd sell them. Again, we don't have that many. We have under 100 examples. But that would not be our best price. $39.95 would be a great price for an 1893S. Smithsonian quality, only 2,700 certified, but it wouldn't be our best price. Folks, we got such a phenomenal deal on this. We bought the entire collection that came out of the European Bancorp. We have nearly 100 examples. And while I have them, this is so very important, it's while I have them, because once these are sold, that's it. While I have them, I can offer these 1893 San Francisco minted Liberty Double Eagles, Mint State 62, $3,195 a coin. $3,195 a coin. Please call in now. This is an exceptional, exceptional opportunity. We also have a 2-payment option. There are a lot of you who are watching who want to own one of these coins. If you put just half down today of $1,597.50, we'll hold one of these 1893S's for you. We'll put it in our vault with your name on it and pay the balance in 30 days. These 1893 San Francisco minted Double Eagles should not even exist. These are amazing, folks. Among the finest known in mint fresh, uncirculated MS62 condition, the largest gold coins ever struck for commerce by our United States Mint. This earlier vintage, folks, only 6,236 coins certified, of which only 2,706 certified in 6.2 condition. These 1893S's are extraordinary. They are so rare. These highly coveted San Francisco issue. There you can see that S mint mark, folks, that makes all the difference, right below the eagle's tail feathers. That S mint mark for the San Francisco Mint means everything. And this coin for only $3,195, when gold is around $1,800 an ounce. This truly is a historic window of opportunity to own a rare Liberty Double Eagle struck pre-1900 at the San Francisco Mint for such a small premium over its gold. There is an article printed in a publication a couple years ago. The title was, "Is it time for a new perspective on generic gold?" Now, when they're talking about generic gold, what they mean is the most common gold for an issue. For example, the 1904P that you previously saw prices on. That's a generic Liberty Double Eagle. The key phrase in this article, and it's something I've been telling my clients now for the past few years, there has not been a time in recent memory when pre-1933 gold coins were obtainable for so little over spot. Now, when they are talking about spot, they're talking about the value of gold at that point in time. And it brought to mind a Liberty Double Eagle that I had. This was about 20 years ago. It was a common date, generic Liberty Double Eagle in the lower mint state condition. And at that time, gold was somewhere between $350 and $400 an ounce. And I sold that coin to a dealer for $3,500, or about 10 times the gold value. Again, it was a common date Liberty Double Eagle. And here we have gold today at about $1,800 an ounce. This Liberty Double Eagle has virtually an ounce of gold. And I'm able to offer this 1893S, rare date, folks, Smithsonian quality MS62 for less than double the gold value. It really doesn't get any better than that. This is a very small window of opportunity, folks. This is a rare Liberty Double Eagle we've never been able to offer before in this kind of quantity. And again, struck at the San Francisco Mint. Sometimes some things that seem too good to be true really are true. Not too long ago, an individual found a $5 gold piece struck at the San Francisco Mint, 1854, $5 gold piece, about the size of a nickel. He had it graded. It graded extra fine 45. He put the coin in an auction. It sold for over $2 million. Folks, I hope you're able to take advantage of this offer. This is a coin that's going to be very good to you. This is a national treasure. An 1893 San Francisco minted Liberty Double Eagle. To be able to offer it at this price is really a thrill for me. Again, I hope you take advantage of it. Thank you for watching. Hi, I'm Rick Tamaska.
And I'm Caitlin Tamaska.
Thank you for watching Rick's U.S. Coin Show.
Stay tuned for another great presentation coming up next.
Welcome back to Rick's U.S. Coin Show. So happy you're tuning in today, folks, because I have got a cherry picker special for you. This is an area of proof coins that I know is going to be a great collector series for the future. Not just today, but most importantly for the future. Because right now, these coins in the condition I have them in, I've been able to focus on this series for about 35 years, and it's given me the opportunity to make a lot of connections in the business, to make a name for myself where a lot of people know I specialize in proof coins, and so I get first crack at some of the best deals. And I'll tell you, being a specialist in these coins now since the early 80s, the coins I have are so much more difficult to find now than they were, say, even 10, 15 years ago. Most of the nice proof sets from this era that I'm focusing on today, the 1950 to 1964 era, most of these sets have been picked through 10 times over. Now, for those of you who are new to collecting, I'm going to be real quick with this because, again, I've got a limited number of these sets. Proof coins are meant to represent the state of the art, the finest possible quality the Mint's able to produce given the technology of the day. So the Mint goes to a lot of work to make proof coins. They take the dies and they will polish them to a mirror-like finish. And then they will give the coin blanks a kind of polishing treatment as well. They'll feed them into the die at a slower rate and strike them at least twice under higher pressure to bring out every possible detail of the design. And then, most importantly, they aren't dumped into bins as commercial strikes are, but they're individually handled. Now, nowadays, when you acquire a proof set from the U.S. Mint, you have to order them from the Treasury. They truly are state-of-the-art. Here's a set that's struck in 1991, folks. This is what I would refer to as the modern era, when technology was so advanced at the San Francisco Mint, and the packaging was very advanced. So here you have a set that's over 25 years old, and the coins look like they just came off the die. They're absolutely superb. High grade, at least proof 68. So this is what a proof set should look like today with today's technology. Now, the only downside to owning these sets in this modern era is that, they strike, usually around the 2 to 3 million, 4 million sets a year for collectors. The only downside is the quality is so good that when you buy these sets, they're all high grade. So if you took all the 1991 Jefferson Nichols Struck, for example, and submitted them for grading, they would all grade proof 68, proof 69, a few proof 70s, without exception. Now, the era I'm really interested in, though, is that era in the mid-70s and earlier when the proof technology was not as advanced as it is today. And especially those proof coins struck from 1950 to 1964, because these were the last proof coins struck at the old Philadelphia Mint, using old technologies that were really not much different from the technologies that they used to make proof coins back in the 1800s. It's so really surprising, the differences in this small period in time, the differences in technology, the differences in packaging. Here's the last year of a Philadelphia issue proof set. It's 1964, and they came in these envelopes. This is an original envelope with the shipping label. They shipped it third-class insured mail. And you take your set out, and I left this coin in the set, the $50, just so you could see that coins actually did come like this, folks, from the Philadelphia Mint back in this era. Their quality control back then was not like it was today. So you see, the quality was really spotty, no pun intended. And the other thing is the cellophane packaging. You see, it's pliable. So in other words, imagine this set, in the envelope going third-class mail, snail mail. This cellophane is always rubbing against the surface of the coin, which creates friction, which creates very light little scratches, what we call hairlines on the coin, which lowers the grade of the coin. So it's very rare that you get high-grade proofs from this era when they were struck at the Philadelphia Mint. And then on top of it all, you get this set, folks, and you open it up, and you're expecting the state-of-the-art, right? You're expecting the state-of-the-art, something. The very first coins I ever bought as a kid when I was 10 years old, as a kid, when I started collecting, was a set of proof coins, a 1962 proof set I went to my local coin shop, saved up my lawnmower money, bought a 62 proof set for $7, right? Because I like the idea of getting perfection. But in this era, it was so, this is so typical. It's so typical because of the poor technology, the poor quality control, the poor packaging. And then on top of it all, to add insult to injury, now you've seen this set. This is from the U.S. Mint. Okay, you got this little letter with every set, and I have to read this once in a while for our newer viewers. Your U.S. proof coins have been carefully inspected and then sealed in a transparent envelope. This package was designed to prevent or delay tarnishing and discoloration. Nevertheless, sooner or later, tarnishing may occur. Care in handling and storing will help to prolong the newly minted luster of the coins. Heat and direct sunlight are especially harmful. Please do not ask us to make exchanges or adjustments. If there should appear what may seem to you a defect or scratch on a coin, it is no doubt a crease in the packaging material. We tell you this to save us both unnecessary correspondence. This is from the superintendent of the U.S. Mint. Well, what are you going to do? What I have today, folks, are some of the finest proof Jefferson Nichols. The last years of the Philadelphia Mint, proof condition, proof 68. And this is part of a collection. Many of these came from a collection. You may be familiar with Harry the Hoarder. He has some incredible collections of United States coins, 55S pennies and MS67 red. That's the highest grade NGC's ever given that date. He had over 1,000 of them. Rare coins. He had over 1,000 55S pennies in MS67 red. He had several thousand war nickels in MS67. The guy was he wasn't just a hoarder. He was a sharp, astute buyer with a great eye. And he put away, finally, I was able to acquire these, some incredible proof sets that he accumulated over many, many decades, beginning around 1970 when he started cherry picking the sets. Take a look at these coins that I have for you today, folks. These are my cherry picker specials, some incredible 1961, 62, 63, and 1964 Jefferson nickels. The highest grade these dates have ever received from NGC is proof 69. You look at one of these, you don't see any spots, any unattractive haze or toning, despite, again, struck in 1964. This coin is over 50 years old now, folks. This is struck from an earlier era. Every single one, flawless to the human eye. The only way you might see the tiniest little hairline would be to get it out of the holder and look at it under a magnifying glass. That's a 64. And you can see a 63 there, 62, all the same quality. 61, let's show them the 61, Sasha. Got to move quickly on this. I'm going to price these out to you right now, folks. There's the 61, that's a little tougher. That one's a little tougher. Here's, Sasha's got the populations on these here for you to show you how many have been graded by NGC. And you can see in proof 68 condition, the 64 is the least difficult of those early years. 64, that final year at the Philadelphia Mint, the quality definitely improved over the previous years. They've graded 3,500 examples of the 64 nickel, only 1,500 of the 63 and the 62, 1,600 of the 61. So those earlier years are considerably more elusive in high-grade proof 68. Now, understandably, the dealers want, nice premiums for these coins. Here's a 1964 in proof 67, folks. Not proof 68 like I'm offering, but proof 67, $40. Here's a 1962. Again, proof 67, not proof 68 like I'm offering. You go from 6.7 to 6.8, you usually at least double or triple the value, the price of the coin. These are 6.7s you're seeing comps of, $99. Here's a 1963 in proof 67, $59.50 or $60. Again, proof 67s. Let's price these out. That first coin you saw, the 1964. If you want a 1964 in proof 68, call in now. This is a cherry picker special. This is the time where I've set this presentation up so that if you are on a limited budget but want to take advantage of a great numismatic opportunity where you get a beautiful, top quality, rare U.S. coin for an incredibly low price, this is the time to do it. I've gone through these, and you're getting some of the finest surviving proof Jefferson nickels from the early old Philadelphia Mint era. This 1964 you're looking at, folks, worth 6.7s going for $40, $50. You'd expect to see 6.8s for around $100. $29 for this 1964. $29 for this 1964, not in proof 67, but proof 68. Now, it gets even better because you don't have to buy the 1964 if you don't want to. If you want to get a different date, like the 1963, for example, if you want the 1963, guess what? You can pick that date as well. If you don't want that date, it's also only $29. Despite the fact that it's twice as rare as the 1964. It's still $29. $29. So there you've got the 64 or the 63. Take your pick, $29. Get both of them. If you want to build a set, this is the time to do it because that 62 you see there, it's actually a little bit more difficult than the 63 as you go earlier in the years, but it's also, again, you saw the one on eBay, $99 from a top-rated seller for a 6.7. Here's a 6.8, $29. $29, again, folks, because it's based on my cost. When I bought this collection, it was a cherry pick collection. I submitted the finest examples. I got the good grades, so my cost was much lower than normal Normally, I would have to sell these coins for considerably more, but when I get a great deal and I can pass it on to you, like this is exactly what we're doing today. And then we've got the 61, folks. The 61. Highest grade ever is proof 69. Here's a 61 in proof 68, also only $29. $29. That means that you get all four. You can own all four of these in proof 68 for only $116. There are dealers asking just about that much for a single coin in proof 67. Think about that. Think about the opportunity you're getting today. Now, I do have to have one little caveat on this. If you just want one date in particular, say in 1961, you can certainly buy that in 1961, but it's a limit of one coin per customer. In other words, I can't have somebody calling in and saying they want 45 1961 nickels in proof 68, because what that would do is clean me out, and then everybody calling in who wants sets, we would not be able to fill those sets because we'd be out of the nickels. So if you just want one date, you can get one date, but there's only a limit of one per customer. However, if you want to get the sets, you can get 10, 20 sets if you like. But don't stop here. If you're calling in now, don't order quite yet, folks, because it gets even better. We go to an earlier date, the 1960. This coin, again, the mintage drops in half. As you go earlier in the proof series, the mintages get lower and lower. They've graded around 1,500 examples. A mintage of only 1.69 million. Notice how the mintages drop as you go into the 1950s. That's because as you go into the earlier 1950s, folks, we had a country that was just coming out of World War II, a lot of young families that couldn't afford to collect. And it wasn't until the early 60s when these families got established in their businesses and in their work, when they began to really earn some significant income, where the middle class really began to blossom. Home ownership exploded. A lot of people owned 2 cars, television sets. All that came around in the 50s and early 60s. So as you go into these early 50s, you don't see as many proof sets being acquired because people couldn't afford them. So you got the 1960 here, folks. Take a look at this coin. If you want to add a fifth coin, the 1960, even more elusive, this coin should be more expensive than those last 4 dates that you saw. The 1960, where they struck about half as many as the 61, 62, 63, and 64. This 1960, it's not sold separately because, again, I have limited quantities when we get to these earlier dates. But if you want to add it to that set of 4, I will add it to the set of 4 for only an additional $29, the same price, $29, $145 for the entire 5-coin set. The entire 5-coin set. That's $145, when if you would shop around, you could buy these sets in 6, 7 and pay $300, $400. And here's an incredible 6, 8 set, 5-coin set for $145. But don't order just yet. All the operators there, just tell everybody calling, tell them to hold on just for 1 second. Take a look at this. We're going back in time, folks. Now we're going to go into the 1950s. What a great time to build an amazing set of proof Jefferson nickels in proof 68 condition at a price you will not find anywhere else. I will add these dates, the 1959, 1958, 1957, and 1956, all in the identical proof 68 condition, every one the same, amazing, flawless to the eye quality, no haze, no spotting. You know, I get so many proof coins offered to me, folks, in high grade that have haze or spots or unattractive toning. These are all as brilliant and flawless as the day they came off the die, like they were struck from the die and you caught them on a velvet pillow and stored them perfectly over the last 55, 60 years. This is an amazing quality. Now, these earlier dates, I mean, the mintages are much, much lower. Again, you have a lot of these that had fewer than 1 million struck. Fewer than 1 million struck. So dealers understandably ask considerably more. Only in 1959, only 1,400 examples. 58, 1,400. 57, that was a high point, 1,800. And the 56, 1,500. A lot higher percentage of those have been submitted because they are rare dates. But you see there, you have a couple dates there, especially the 58 and 59, really difficult, 1,400 each. So you got dealers, top-rated dealers, selling these. Here's the 1959, Proof 68. Just the 1959, $199. At the other end, here's the 1956 Proof 68, $200. So, you know, $399 just for those two coins. $399 just for those two coins from a top-rated dealer with over 5,000 happy customers, 100% positive feedback, meaning they liked his coins and they liked his prices. Here's the 9-coin set. You had been paying $29 a coin, folks. You get the 9-coin set with these 4 rare dates, and the entire set is $27.66 a coin. $249 for the entire 9-coin set. Okay, now you're saying, all right, now I'm all in, now I'm buying. One last coin I'm going to add to this set. This is where I got really lucky because Harry had some 1955s and an abundance of 1955s. He really focused on that date because he knew it was a semi-key date. They only struck 370,000 1955 proof coins. It's a much tougher date. So number one, the mintages were a lot lower, and the packaging was terrible. Now Harry had a bunch of these, and so he's added to that population. As you can see there, 2,032 coins. You know, several hundred of those are Harry's. Okay, from that estate. They came in these boxes, folks. This was the packaging used 1955 and earlier. We call it the box set era. Half of the 55 sets came in flat packs, half of them came in these box sets. And these box sets were even worse than the flat packs. This is an original box set from 1955. They were wrapped in tissue paper, and then each of the coins came in this little envelope where a lot of them would tone and discolor. It's terrible packaging. They only used it for about a year and a half because of the problems with this packaging, this polyvinyl, whatever it was. It was an oil-based type of material. It would leave a residue on a lot of the proof coins and just ruin the coins. A lot of the coins you'd send for grading, and it would say PVC on it from the residue from this packaging. So a lot of these 55 nickels are destroyed. So when you see a 55 nickel, a lot of dealers want significant premiums. Here's a 55, again, a top-rated seller, Proof 68, $275. I'm adding the 55. Get the entire set, folks. The entire set. I'm adding the 1955 for only an additional $30. The entire 10-coin set for $279. Call in now while I'm able to offer this incredible special. $279, that's $27.90 a coin for Proof 68 Jefferson nickels. If you were to find a superb Proof Jefferson nickel, submit it to NGC for grading. It's going to cost you about $25. They're going to send it back to your registered mail. That's going to be over $20. The cost of the coin, your cost is going to be over $50 a coin if you do this yourself. If you go shopping around, you're going to pay anywhere from $50 to $200 a coin for the coins you see here. Yeah, buying them individually at coin shows. I mean, you might put a set together, but it's going to cost you, for the entire set. If you get really lucky, $500, $600, $700. If you get lucky and you find some great coins at low prices. And here you got the entire set for $279. And I got to tell you, these cherry picker specials that I've done on the Jefferson nickels, the Lincoln cents in the past, the Roosevelt dimes, the Washington quarters. I have sold out on a lot of these sets, especially the early dates. When I first offered them, I had to, and I was really upfront that I had limited quantities of them. We sold out on a lot of them, and so I'm ending up having to, because I was sold out, having to raise the prices on many of the dates, which means I have to adjust the cost on the sets that I had offered just a month and a half ago. Expect to see the same thing with these sets you see here today for only $279. Call in now if you want 3 sets, you want 4 sets. I can offer you 4 sets while I have them. This is an incredible cherry picker special you will not find anyplace else but here on Rick's U.S. Coin Show. Think another 2 sets of 10. Thank you very much. Think about this. You're getting incredible eye appeal. Proof coins, incredible eye appeal, incredible quality. Great rarity. Great rarity. 10 coin set. The last 10 coins struck in proof at the Philadelphia Mint. The last 10 Jefferson nickels in proof for only $27.90 a coin. I hope you're able to get at least one of these. If you've got 3 kids, get 1 for each of your kids. Okay? Have them put it away. It's a great way to start collecting. This is a perfect set for the collector of the future. From Sasha and I, thanks for watching this Cherry Picker special. But stay tuned because I've got a nice little presentation coming right up. Jefferson nickels, again, are really hard to get, difficult to get in high grade condition because of the hardness of that nickel planchet. So to get a Jefferson nickel, a proof Jefferson nickel in proof 68 is sensational. And we just had a presentation on some proof 68s at a great, great price. I mean, we went through thousands and thousands of the Jefferson nickels to get these 68s. Out of that group, we have a handful of sets in proof 69 condition. And these are so rare, folks. Take a look at the chart here where we show you the populations, and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about here. These are the combined NGC and PCGS populations for all the Jefferson nickels struck in proof from 1955 through 1964. How many have been graded in proof 68 and how many in proof 69? And you can see some of those years. The 1957, only 290 examples. The 58, only 239. 59, 258. The 60, 254. The 1961, 193, because poor metal flow. Poor metal flow. They would strike the coins because the hardness of the planchet, you wouldn't get all of the metal flow into the deepest parts of the die, so you get some bits, a little bit of pitting in the high points. And so if there's any kind of pitting whatsoever, you can't get a proof 69. 64 is the best quality. They've graded about 2,500 examples. Take a look at this set that I have for you. I only have a handful of these sets in proof 69 grade. Again, if I had to buy these already graded from a dealer or a collector, our prices would be about triple of what you're going to be offered this set at. Only a handful of these sets. Every one of these, highest grade. There are no proof 70s from this here, folks. This is the highest numeric grade from NGC or PCGS, proof 69s. This is outstanding, top of the line. These are the very best from our work in the trenches, I call, looking at these under a halogen light, one coin after another. There you see the 61, fewer than 200 graded. The hardness of this nickel planchet, it's very difficult to strike one of these up. A lot of them also were mishandled. So there are very few graded in proof 68 and only a handful in proof 69. Kimberly just has a few comparables for you folks. And just to give you some idea, These are top-rated sellers on eBay. There's a top-rated seller with a 1955 Proof 68, $274 for a Proof 68, 1955. There's a 1959. Again, Proof 68, $199 for a Proof 68. So that's $400 or over $400 just for those two coins. $470 really. And there's a 59 and Proof 69, top-rated seller, over 24,000 happy customers, $316. And again, that's a tough date, but there's several tough dates, and that's not the toughest. Here's the entire set. You're going to love this opportunity. I mean, at $300 a coin, this 10 coin set would be $3,000. At $200 a coin, it would be $2,000. At $100 a coin, it would be $1,000, and that would be a great, great price. But again, if we had to buy these from somebody else who already had them certified, who did all the work, who went through the thousands and thousands of coins, this set would be priced to you at $2,000 to $3,000. But we did the work. We went through the thousands of coins to hand select these pieces for you. We cut out all the middlemen, and I'm able to offer this entire 10-coin set. I only have a handful of these. The entire set for only $79.50 a coin. $795 for the entire 10-coin set. Now, we just had, the lines have just lit up on this all of a sudden, $79.50. This is the kind of price, folks, that you can buy one of these sets, and if you're a part-time collector dealer and like to set up at your local coin show, you can buy a couple of these sets and probably get double what you paid for. I mean, this is a great, great opportunity for a collector if you want to hold on to them, if you want to resell them, or whatever you want to do with them, it's up to you. But this is really a ground floor opportunity for some very, very rare Jefferson nickels with tremendous, tremendous condition rarity. Tremendous condition rarity. Again, I only have a handful of these sets. We have fewer than 15. We have already sold, it looks like 5 of them. Every one of these coins, folks, as pristine, haze-free, spot-free, hairline-free as the day it was struck. It was like as if you were at the Philadelphia Mint back in 1955, and you were there as the coin was struck, and as it came off the die, you caught it on a velvet pillow. That's the best analogy I can give. I mean, how else are you going to get and not only that, but you have to get one of the examples that were fully struck, because again, so many of these, because of the hardness of the nickel planchet, it would have very slight pitting on the high points, especially along Jefferson's jawline there, the high point of the planchet, because that's the deepest portion of the die. And the hardness of that nickel planchet was such that you wouldn't always get complete metal flow to the deepest portion of the die on these coins. There you're looking at a 1962, only 311 graded, none higher, 1962. Let me go through the pops once more. The 1964, better quality, 1964, 2,491 graded in Proof 69. That 1963 you're looking at, or you just saw 436 graded, 1962, only 311 graded. 1961, 193 coins. We cannot break any of these sets. I cannot offer individual pieces because this is all I have. If I offer an individual coin out of here, I can't offer the entire set to all the people calling in who want to take advantage of this complete set offer. The entire 10-coin set for only $795. Again, we only had to have a handful of these available. We were already sold more than half of them. So I'm going to just call it right here. We just, for the people still calling in, we have some sets still available. But thank you for watching this presentation. It's always a thrill to be able to offer this kind of ultimate quality. Beautiful eye-appealing coins of the ultimate highest quality. Very rare in this condition. For under $100 a coin, folks. I mean, you can't beat that. This is a great, great ground floor opportunity for all you collectors out there. This is a real collector special. And again, from Kim and I, thank you for watching. Jack and Rick here, the coin guys. What we have, Jack, is huge. Huge as in the best we have ever handled, ever seen. This is truly extraordinary. This is something, the kind of opportunity, it reminds me of the Great European Bank Hoard, which featured some incredibly rare United States gold double eagles that we're able to offer our viewers at just below market prices.
Right.
This, folks, is the Great American Silver Dollar Hoard.
Right. And I'm sure people are wondering, but we have.
That's not even a half a bag,
No,
Jack.
this is just a small portion of the dollar hoard that we are sorting through and cherry picking the best coins.
Approximately 50 bags and these were uncirculated mint state silver dollars. This is simply, it's the greatest hoard of uncirculated Morgan and Peace dollars that Jack and I have ever seen or handled in our lifetime. Again, approximately 50 bags, folks. You know, this is one of the great silver dollar hoards in the history of U.S. numismatics. Bags and bags and bags put away for decades and decades and decades of uncirculated. I have to stress that. They're uncirculated. They're never been in circulation.
Exactly. These aren't your typical circulated, low-grade, slick Morgan dollars, Peace dollars.
And we're going to show you the difference in just a few minutes. But there are mixed dates, all struck between 1878 to 1935. 1935 was the last year of the Peace Dollar series.
Right, correct.
Jack, I do believe that, you know, you and I, we work so hard, harder than any other coin team, I believe, in the country, to be able to find these most extraordinary, once-in-a-lifetime, rare coin finds for our viewers, you folks watching, and to be able to offer them at the lowest possible collector-friendly prices. As a collector, you and I are both collectors at heart.
Absolutely. Oh, yeah.
There is nothing more exciting and satisfying than knowing that we have a rare coin find that quite often represents a truly once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for our viewers.
Right. And in all my years, you know, I worked at Stax, Rare Coins in New York, the oldest auction house, numismatic coin company in the country. Never did we have a hoard of brilliant uncirculated silver dollars like this.
Jack, you just mentioned Stax Auction House. Now, folks, you need to know a little bit about Stax Auction House. It's the oldest, most established rare coin auction house in the country, Jack.
Right.
You were a buyer at Stax for almost a decade.
Oh yeah, I worked in the counter there for over 7 years. It was I saw a lot of coins there. I mean, Stax goes back to the 30s, back to the Great Depression, and they've handled pretty much all of the greatest rarities in U.S. coins. You know, they handled the first U.S. silver dollar from 1794, and
Now-
you know, it's an amazing
Folks,
coin.
he said the first U.S. silver dollar. He's not talking about the first year silver dollars were struck. 1794 was the first year they were struck. Jack is talking about the first 1794 silver dollar struck, period. The first silver dollar ever struck. Fine, you know, extraordinary condition.
Right, and yeah, even a low-grade coin, it's about, you know, $100,000 coin. This particular coin,
first
though,
star struck-
it's a special coin. You just look at it, you can tell this was not made like a normal coin.
Specimen 66. You were able to handle that with Stax Auction House.
You know, when we got deals of silver dollars, and usually it was first off like a cigar box with like 5 coins or something. And once in a while, if we did get lucky enough where someone came in with a bag, you know, a large quantity, those coins were circulated. They weren't uncirculated
Right,
coins
right.
like we have here. They were just worn coins that, you know, people saved after they had been,
Yeah.
you know, used in commerce for decades. You know, so what we have here is just the most thrilling hoard of brilliant uncirculated Morgan and Peace dollars I've ever seen, and probably will ever see. I mean, this is just such a unique opportunity for a coin collector to be able to have this kind of group of coins.
Folks, you know, other dealers, other shows may talk the talk, but Jack and I walk the walk. We have put together some of the finest collections for our clients over the years in
Right.
Peace dollars, Morgan dollars, gold double eagles. We work so hard at assembling these sets that we have for you today because Jack and I recognize what a truly great buying opportunity cherry picking the finest Morgan and Peace dollars represent for you folks out there watching today. This is a great collector-friendly opportunity. If you've never acquired a rare Peace dollar before, this is the time to start. The set we've assembled, Jack, we're calling it our perfect Peace dollar collection. It's the ideal combination, offering exceptional, eye-appealing, extremely scarce, and uncirculated Peace dollars at the lowest possible collector-friendly price. And today, Jack and I have cherry-picked some of the finest examples, selected especially for all our viewers who have never owned a superb, uncirculated silver dollar before. This is that moment in time to start collecting these coins, because not only have we selected some great high-quality examples of some great dates, but we have them again at a great, great collector-friendly price.
Right.
Please take a look at the first coin we were offering that Jack and I have selected for you folks in this collection.
The coin we have here is the 1923 Philadelphia P Mint. And you can see these are just beautiful
It is
coins.
stunning. Boy, look.
Look at that luster.
We're going to have a close-up on this. This is a brilliant uncirculated, folks, and that is so important because Morgan and Peace dollars are all about condition rarity. Look at this coin. It looks like it was just struck.
That's
You have-
stunning.
Yeah, you have to understand, folks, these coins were struck. They were dumped into bins. One coin would fall on top of another. They all have a lot of bag marks, almost all of them anyway. From the bin, they go through coin counting machines, and then they're dumped into bags. They were thrown on the trains across the country.
Right.
To survive an uncirculated condition is so unique.
No, it's a minor miracle.
And usually they're very heavily bag marked.
Right.
Here's some Peace dollars, Jack. I went into a local coin shop that I bought, and you know, most people probably have Peace dollars or Morgan dollars in their home.
Right,
but
right.
like you say, they're almost always circulated. For example, this is happens to be a rare date. In uncirculated condition, this coin is worth thousands and thousands of dollars. 1934, struck at San Francisco.
But this particular coin is far from uncirculated.
Yes,
This
it's
is like
very heavily circulated. And this is how most of your Peace
very
dollars.
fine or so, maybe.
Yeah. Here's another example. 1926. Now, Jack, though, even if they're
uncirculated, they're again usually heavily bag marked.
Right.
Here's, folks, I have your typical uncirculated 1923P. Now, before the show, I cracked this holder around the edges. You can see it's all broken around the edges, so I'll be able to remove the top.
You have to use a hammer. These NGC is pretty. These holders are not easy to open.
You have to whack
you have
it
to
really
damage
hard
them pretty seriously.
To get it. These are airtight holders. By the way, these holders that you see by NGC, they're state-of-the-art holders. These are the holders the Smithsonian uses for their collection. So anyhow, you can see at the top there, it's graded at mint state. It's a mint state 60. But it's a low, it's a mint state 60. I'm going to take the top now that I broke apart so I could remove it. We could zoom in and you could see the typical bag-marked uncirculated piece dollar. And you could see all the marks over the surface of the coin and the face, just myriad marks all over the surface, just through the process of minting the coin.
Right.
They're struck, dumped into bins, go through coin counting machines,
sorted,
thrown into
counted.
bags. Exactly.
Oh, yeah,
and so even though it's never been in circulation, it has a lot of marks on it.
And those mint bags are heavy. I mean, you have to imagine this coin is in a bag of 1,000 coins.
Very heavy.
It's about 55, 60 pounds of coins. And when they're moving these on trains into banks and stuff, these guys are not tenderly putting them. They're tossing them and dropping them, and they're just banging against each other.
Now, we're talking about condition rarity.
Right.
There are two kinds of rarity when we're talking about rare coins, folks. First of all, there's coins with absolute rarity. Right. One of the most famous coins, 1913 Liberty nickel.
Right, very famous.
They only struck 5 in proof.
Right.
So even if you own the lowest grade example of the 5, it's worth
millions of dollars.
Millions of dollars.
Oh, yes.
Even though it's the lowest grade, because it's rare in any condition. Morgan dollars and peace dollars were struck in the hundreds of millions. Most of them that are circulated, like these coins here, I was able to pick them up at the coin shop for $35, $40. But to get them in uncirculated condition, this is where they become really rare. Here's a chart showing the total number of peace dollars struck through the entire series. Peace dollars were struck from 1921 to 1935, over 24 different dates and mint marks. Over the entire series, they struck about 190 million coins. But of those, only 1.3 million have been certified in uncirculated mint state condition. That's less than 1%.
Right.
That is what's called condition rarity. Less than 1%, folks. That's why when you look at the values of uncirculated peace dollars over the last many years, here's a chart that compares the price of bullion to the price of uncirculated peace dollars. Now, Jack and I have never promoted bullion on our show. I mean, I remember a lot of shows would talk about bullion. I remember back in 2012 when silver bullion was around $32 an ounce. They were telling their clients to back up the truck because all these experts were predicting silver would be worth $100, $200 an ounce by the end of the year, or by the year after. I mean, these experts, to me, they were like the proverbial broken clock. They were, they were right twice a day. You never heard about all their lousy predictions, like the fact that
Silver's around $25 an ounce.
so all those people that back the truck up, they're really in the hole. On the other hand, we have talked about uncirculated Morgan dollars and peace dollars.
Right.
Back in 2012, a complete uncirculated set of peace dollars, and just lowest grade mint state 60 was around $4,000. And here we are, while silver has gone down in value, the price of an uncirculated mint state 60 peace dollar set has increased in value dramatically because of the condition rarity.
Right.
They're not minting or mining new uncirculated peace dollars. They were last struck in 1935. What there was, what they struck is all there is. So when we came across this hoard that had been put away for decades and decades and decades, and today we get to pass our good fortune on to you. The first coin we have in this set, the 1923P. Take a look at these 23Ps we have for you today, folks. We've got these 23Ps. You take a look at these. If you want one example Call in now. We've got 6 different peace dollar dates in total in this set, but we're starting with the 23p because this is the most common date in the set. It's the most common peace dollar, but in an uncirculated condition, it's a scarce coin. We've got these coins for only $69 a coin for the 1923p cherry-picked by Jack and I. Hand-selected, choice, brilliant, uncirculated condition. $69 a coin if you've never bought a Morgan dollar or a peace dollar before. This is the perfect time to start, to get a brilliant uncirculated example, not a circulated piece. Right. Again, I've seen shows where they show silver dollars and they're circulated. Most peace dollars are circulated.
I mean, these are coins that are virtually 100 years old now, and they look like they're brand new.
Exactly.
And they're not. They're almost 100 years old.
And it's only $69. Now, here's where it gets even better. I've put together this chart where I'm listing all the Morgans and peace dollars in uncirculated condition in order of their condition rarity, from the most common dates to the rarest dates. And this first page here are the most common dates. And there you see the 23p at the top. The next coin you're going to get is a 22p, considerably more elusive than the 1923p. We pulled a couple comps for the 1922p here, Jack. There's an MS61, kind of some toning that doesn't look so attractive. MS61 for $500. There's an MS63 for $632. That's the one that's sold in auction. That's sold in auction for $632. There's one in MS62. Again, that looks like, it doesn't look very attractive to me for over $1,800, okay? Take a look at the 22Ps we have here, folks. The 23P is $69. If you want to add a 1922P to your collection, you get the 2 coins, folks, for $119.95. In other words, the 22P is an additional $51. The pair for only $119.95. If your coin budget is only $150 a month, this is the perfect place to start. A beautiful, brilliant, uncirculated 1923p, and then the next coin, the 1922p. And now, Jack, this is where it gets even better, because you look on that page.
Right.
The third coin we have is the 1925p, and it's considerably rare.
Much rarer.
About 6 times rarer than the 1923p. Only around 55,000 examples certified in uncirculated mint state condition. Extremely elusive. You take a look at the 25p we have that we are including in this set. Again, we bought this incredible silver dollar hoard of mixed dates. And when we get good fortune that comes our way, there's nothing we enjoy more than passing that opportunity on to you.
So it's not 6 times as much money.
It's not 6 times, exactly. It's not 6
should
times.
be.
It's not 3 times, it's not double as the price. In fact, folks, you get all 3 coins for only $179.95. Less than $60 for all 3 coins. $60 each, $179.95 for the 3 coin set. It really doesn't get any better than that. $179.95
for a beautiful, brilliant, uncirculated 1923p, a 22p that's even more elusive than the 23, and then a 25p that's about 6 times rarer than the 23p. I'm getting you should talk for a while.
It's so
now, Jack. I'm getting
I understand.
here.
It's exciting when we get coins that are this beautiful and we can offer them at these kind of prices. It does get a little. It can be a little overwhelming.
Now,
I mean,
we already have people calling in. Again, there's 6 coins total that we're offering today, folks. We have people calling in. We've Jack. We have some open lines, but I understand we've already had some people ordering the complete 6-coin set. They haven't even seen the other 3 coins yet. Well, let's go to the second page here.
Yeah, because they get rarer.
This is where Jack and I really knock it out of the park, because now we're getting into some really, really rare coins.
Second page, we're calling these the scarce dates. You can see there are no peace dollars on this page. There's some Morgan, they're all Morgan dollars. You have dates like the 81cc and the 85cc on that page. Those are $1,000
Those
in
are
uncirculated mint-state condition.
Famous coins, 78cc. Those are some famous rare coins.
But the
in there.
coins next coin we have, Jack, is even rarer than the coins that are on this page.
That's exciting.
The next page we have a couple peace dollars on there, 21p. That's really rare. Here's a couple 21Ps I have here, Jack. Now, we're not offering the 21P, but you see it's highlighted in black there. But a 21P, here's one MS60 details, and this is a PNG deal. MS60 is a $550 coin. Again, uncirculated MS60, but again, clean,
Right,
details.
damaged coin.
It's
Right.
damaged. It's pretty much like a circulated coin once you clean it, folks.
Right.
None of the coins we offer are cleaned or damaged. They're brilliant uncirculated specimens that Jack and I have gone through with a fine-tooth comb and cherry-picked out of these bags. And this coin by itself is $550. Here's another example. Same thing, details, meaning it's been cleaned.
Right.
A PNG dealer, Professional Numismatist Guild.
Right.
That's a tongue twister. I'm a PNG member. Again, it's a $500 coin. The coin we have is even rarer than the 21p. It's on the next page. Take a look at this. This is extraordinary, Jack. This is where we were so fortunate, folks, to get a handful of these rare dates in some of these bags. Because the next coin we have is a 1922D.
Yeah, 22D. As you see there with those pops, much
Only
scarcer than
7,500 coins certified. There are coins on this page, folks, in mint state condition that are $1,000, $2,000 or more.
easily.
Take a look at the 22D we have. This is the fourth coin in the set. The 4-coin set with the 22D is $269. That's all 4 coins, not just for the 22D, all 4 coins. 1922D. Now the mint mark on these peace dollars is fascinating.
Yeah.
The mint mark on the reverse, when you turn it over, it looks like they use the same mint mark for the Mercury
Yeah,
dimes.
it's very
It's
small.
tiny.
It's just there below the word 1, just above the eagle's feather, tail feather there. Near the rim. Yeah, it's about 7, 8
There we
o'clock
go. We're
near the
zooming
rim.
in there.
It's
Now
so
you can
tiny.
see the tiny little D. That is the mint mark on the peace dollar.
But it's so important. It's so important to
It is.
designate this coin was struck in Denver.
Yes, because so the 22D is over 10 times rarer than the 22P.
Right.
And
It's a
so the
lot rarer.
22D is in the set, and the whole set is only $269. So we're passing our good fortune on to you. We got a handful of some of these rare dates, a 5th coin in the set. Well, Jack, we had to have a peace dollar struck at the San Francisco Mint.
yeah, of
The
course.
Peace dollars were struck at 3 mints, Philadelphia, Denver, San Francisco.
Right. Right. So we needed to add an S mint. We decided on the 22S.
We're so lucky
Again,
to get some
tough date.
22S's.
Oh yeah, tough date. You saw on that chart. There's about 6,300 coins graded, mint state.
6,300 coins.
So a much tougher date, and we thought that was important to add some of these tough dates as we're going through this hoard. We're finding coins. We're figuring out what is there enough to make a few sets. And we found these coins. We thought this is the perfect coin to put in this set. It's an S mint, so condition rarity, tough date, scarce coin.
So fortunate
There
to
it is.
find some of the 22S's in this bag. So we're able to offer it at this kind of price.
Right. Yeah. This is just $379, and that's not for the 22S. That's now for the 5 coins.
The
4 prior
5-coin
coins
set.
we talked about. Adding in this 5th coin, just $379. And there's some, as you know, obviously we're getting into some much scarcer dates. That 22S.
There you see the S,
the 22D.
yes, again, the tiny mint mark there, Jack.
Right, yep.
There's a San Francisco mint mark. That's, again, so important. This is not a 22P. This is about, 30 times, 40 times, 50 times rarer than a 22P?
Right, much rarer.
You know?
Absolutely.
A 22 San Francisco mint peace dollar. And that's all for $379. Now, folks, again, we got a lot of people calling in the 6-coin set. We said it's a 6-coin set. Sasha, what's the 6th coin? Let's go continue on with our chart here, our condition rarity chart. What's next on that chart?
Oh, it's not even on that page.
It's not on that page. Let's go to the next page. Where is that coin? Here we are, the last coin in the set. Here we get into the extremely rare dates, fewer than 4,000 certified.
Wow.
We did get some 23Ds, Jack, only 3,600 graded. And you look there, you look, for example, 1879 CC. Folks, 1879 CC, I mean, even in AU condition,
Oh yeah,
AU
famous.
condition is a $4,000 coin.
It's a famous coin, 79cc. Everybody collects Morgans.
Yeah.
Knows that is a hard
Here's
coin to get. It's an expensive coin.
Typical low-grade example, MS62, which is a good grade, but it's over $6,000, and that's where the market is for 79cc. Well, you're getting into silver dollars that have incredible condition rarity. So going back to that chart there, we've got this last coin to find a handful of these 23Ds in these bags.
Right.
You take a look at this, folks. We've got the last coin, the entire 6-coin set. Jack, it's $595. That's less than $100 a coin.
That's a great
including
value.
the 23D.
Yeah, this is an extraordinary value. This is just a great value. I mean, those 3 mint-marked coins there alone, we just showed you on the rarity chart how few of them exist in mint state. Those 3 coins alone could easily cost well over $600. But for $595 for this 6-coin set, plus on top of it, we're going to put it in a nice wood box for you to store them in. It's a great collection for the price. It's just an extraordinary price for this collection.
Yeah, we've got this presentation box for this 6-coin set, folks. This piece dollar collection. Again, we've got a lot of folks call. Do we have any open lines here? 2 open lines. Jack, we're not doing our job here. We shouldn't have any open lines for this.
Right.
Folks, well, let me just
Let's make sure
circle
they
back a little
understand.
bit.
Let's make sure they understand just how rare these coins
I've handled
are.
some of the finest silver dollar collections. I've assembled some of the finest.
Absolutely.
My clients have gotten awards for some of the.
Right.
Sasha, where is that plaque for one of my clients? For the finest known Morgan dollar collection in 2006.
Right.
I have clients who have some of the finest known silver dollar collections. That was the #1 set on the NGC registry. And here we have some extraordinary peace dollars, a horde of peace dollars and Morgan dollars, the likes of which I have never handled. You never handled in your years at Stax.
Right.
We were really fortunate, and the nice thing is we're able to assemble this in such a way that even if your budget is only $100, we're starting with the 1923P because that was the coin that was the most common in these bags.
Right.
We're able to offer the 23Ps for only $69 a coin. And if you want to get more than one 23P, you can get more than one. You can get 10 or 20 if you want. And they're $69 a coin. But then if you want to build a set, the second coin we have is a tougher coin. Considerably more difficult, the 22P. But we're able to offer the pair for only $119.95. In other words, an additional $51, an even lower price than the 23P. But then this is where we start really, I mean, this is a triple right here. If you can afford 3 examples for $179.95, we're including the 1925P, which is about 6 times rarer than the 23P. Here's where you're getting to some really scarce coins in uncirculated mint state condition. But then this is where we really knock it out of the park because the 4th coin is the very scarce 1922D. In fact, on my rarity chart, it's a rare date. Only 7,541 examples certified in mint state condition by NGC. And we've got this 22D included in the set, all 4 coins, for only $269. Now, I understand we've got a lot of people buying the entire 6-coin set. The entire 6-coin set's $595, but this 4-coin set for only $269 is a tremendous value. If that's your coin budget, that's a great place to start.
Right.
You can't do any better than that. Now, the fifth coin we have, because you're getting that 22D, now the fifth coin we have includes, as you point out, a San Francisco mint issue, the 22S, which is even rare, only 6,400 examples certified. So you're getting all three mints, the P, D, and S in the 5-coin set, and you're getting it all for $379. So we're getting a lot of people calling in. Do we have any open lines? The lines are currently locked right now. If you just hold on, we will get to you, folks. Just be patient on this. This is a riveting offer. This is the perfect place to start, our perfect peach dollar offer here for the collector of today's. Such collector-friendly prices. The 5-coin set for only $379. But then, if you want the monster set, if you want all 6, we've got the 1923D.
Right.
Only 3,678 examples certified in uncirculated mint state condition. Could we get a hand shot of this last coin, Sasha? 1923D, and again, that tiny little Denver mint mark, which means everything, because this coin is about roughly 100 times rarer than the 23P.
Right.
Because it has that tiny little Denver mint mark there, right at about 8 o'clock, right above the tail feathers. And the whole set is only $595 in the custom case. This is the kind of set, folks, this is the kind of set that Jack and I specialize in, offering you coins with tremendous future potential, coins that offer tremendous eye appeal, quality, and rarity. And you're getting this entire 6-coin set for only $595, less than $100 a coin.
Yeah, I could easily see a few of these coins individually selling for that much money.
I mean, we talked about, again, some of the rarest Morgan dollars, like the 1893S. In just mint state 60, AU examples are $50,000, $70,000, $80,000.
Right.
The lowest mint state examples are over $100,000. And here we've got some really tough peach dollars, the entire set for $595, with tremendous condition rarity, tremendous eye appeal.
Right. Yeah, they're beautiful coins. Stunning.
These are our selections from this great American silver dollar hoard, an extraordinary hoard of approximately 50 bags of mixed states Morgan and peach dollars that Jack and I have cherry-picked, because again, these are really choicer examples from these bags. And we were so fortunate to get some rare dates in these bags that we've been able to include in these sets at such collector-friendly prices.
Right.
Again, these are not your circulated peach dollars.
No, these are not these worn-out
so
coins.
important. These are
not these
circulated.
worn-out coins.
They're uncirculated.
These are uncirculated coins. Like here, I'm just pulling coins out of the bag, and we cherry-picked, but we almost didn't have to.
We're very careful with this bag.
These bags were well taken care of. Like, look, I just pulled this right out of this bag. I mean, these are the kind of coins that we're finding.
These bags were put away for decades and decades and decades, folks. Remember, the last peach dollars were struck in 1935. Some of these coins were put away in the 1930s. Okay, this is a long, old collection passed down through generations from the family where they had these peach dollars. It's extraordinary. It's the great American silver dollar hoard that we have here on Rick's U.S. Coin Show. So in closing, this is the finest group of silver dollars we've ever handled. Right. It's extraordinary. I hope you can get at least one coin, that 23P, for $69 in brilliant uncirculated condition. If you can swing the entire set, folks, please do so.
Oh, yeah.
From the Coin Guys, I'm Rick.
I'm Jack.
Hey, thank you for watching.
Great to be here.
But please stay tuned. Please stay tuned, because you never know what we're going to come up with next.
I'm here at Sutter's Mill, which was the perfect location for a sawmill on the American Fork River. It was a day like today with the rain coming down back on January 24th of 1848 when James Marshall discovered gold right here at Sutter's Mill, setting off the California Gold Rush and changing numismatic history forever. The gold was initially being sent back to the East Coast to be minted into coins in Philadelphia and New Orleans. There was so much gold here, they needed a place to mint coins out of all this gold out here. And in 1854, the San Francisco Mint was established to strike all those beautiful S-Mint gold coins we know today. You're watching Rick's US Coin Show on Rare Collectibles TV.
Timing is everything. Well, almost everything in life. Being in the right place at the right time. Well, folks, you are in the right place, and this is definitely the right time for you. The great European gold hoard of United States minted gold double eagles. United States gold double eagles that have been sitting silently, frozen in time, like a time capsule, in a few banks in Europe since the early 1930s. The great majority of gold double eagles coming out of the great European gold hoard were struck at the Philadelphia Mint. That only makes sense. The Philadelphia Mint was closest to our East Coast, and these double eagles were sent by ship in mint bags to these banks in Europe. Now, the San Francisco Mint also struck gold double eagles. But of course, the San Francisco Mint was established to strike coins for commerce serving our western states. And that is where most of the coins remained. Very few St. Gaudens double eagles struck in San Francisco made their way to the East Coast, let alone in uncirculated condition, in mint bags, similar to the one I have here, and to then be sent on ship to banks in Europe. I have a set of gold coins for you today, folks. A set of rare gold double eagles. These are the largest gold coins ever struck for commerce by the United States Mint. And the coins I have were struck at the San Francisco Mint in 1914 and 1915. They are the 1914S and 1915S St. Gaudens double eagles. Take a look at this collection, folks. Out of the great European gold hoard, this is an incredible offering. The fact that these are St. Gaudens double eagles, which were last struck in 1933, is a big deal in itself. I mean, the St. Gaudens double eagle is a coin considered among many collectors and dealers to be the most beautiful, artistic, numismatic creation in the history of the United States Mint. And the coin is named after the artist himself, Augustus St. Gaudens. And the fact that these coins were struck in San Francisco, of all places, and to survive in this condition is miraculous. And that's what really makes this an opportunity I would earnestly ask you to consider. These St. Gaudens double eagles were struck in San Francisco over 100 years ago. The coins you are looking at are among the finest surviving specimens. They are mint state 64 condition. Now, mint state 64, meaning these coins struck for commerce have somehow miraculously survived over 100 years in near mark-free condition. Now, the Smithsonian, folks, the Smithsonian is the home of the greatest collection of United States coins in the world. The single most valuable coin in all of U.S. numismatics is in the Smithsonian. It's an 1849 double eagle, valued in the tens of millions, perhaps hundreds of millions of dollars. If you go to the Smithsonian and look at their St. Gaudens double eagle collection, and look at their 1914S and 1915S, They will be exceptional Mint State 62 specimens. Mint State 62, which is exceptional, but it's a full 2 points lower in grade than the examples that I have for you today. Needless to say, I have a limited quantity of these two dates. Now, these two dates, these coins that I have, really should not exist. Before I get into that story, they're called the Double Eagle, the largest gold coin struck for commerce by the U.S. Mint, because up until 1850, the largest gold coin struck for commerce was the $10 gold piece with about a half an ounce of gold. And because it was the largest gold piece at the time, it was called the Eagle. And then in 1848, gold was discovered in California. And within a year, our country had an abundance of gold. And with that gold, the Treasury was able to consider striking an even larger gold coin, which would be of great benefit to our banking system. This larger gold coin would essentially have a full ounce of gold. It would be twice the size of the Eagle. And so it was referred to as the Double Eagle. These treasures that I have, these crown jewels, these most precious pieces of American history, our heritage, struck in 1914 and 1950, so incredibly well preserved. If you never buy another United States rare coin again, these gold double eagles I have today are two coins I would most passionately implore you to acquire. You need to understand that coins this old, these largest gold coins, they are a little bit smaller in diameter than a Morgan dollar. I've got one in my hand here, a little bit smaller than a Morgan dollar. But they're about 25% heavier. And these coins, again, they were struck for commerce. Once they were struck, they would be ejected from the die press into a bin. One coin would land on top of another. From there, they would go through coin counting machines, and they'd be dumped into bags to be shipped to banks around the country. Now, gold is a very heavy, dense metal, and also a very soft metal. If you can imagine, this bag here might be able to hold a bowling ball. If you had a bowling ball in this bag, it would be 16 pounds. That's the heaviest size bowling ball. 16 pounds. Be heavy. But if the same bag had gold double eagles filling that same space, this bag would weigh around 60 pounds. And these heavy, heavy gold coins struck in gold, this very soft metal, would acquire bag marks along the way. And you can see them from looking at the examples that I have here. Here's a typical specimen, folks. Look at the deep cut at around 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, near the rim on the obverse. The deep gouge in the field. When you get a coin that deeply damaged, it's not even gradable, folks. Here's another example. These are typical survivors. Look at the deep gouge in the rim at around 8 o'clock. And then over Liberty's trunk area, deep gouge along her trunk area, deep scratches in the field. Again, a coin that's not gradable. It's so heavily damaged. Now, I would like you to take a look at some of these 1914S and 1915S St. Gaudens that we have today in Mint State 64. Again, among the finest known, folks. Fully 2 points superior in quality to the Smithsonian examples. Take a look at this coin, folks. So near mark free, this largest gold double eagle shimmering luster. This classic Liberty design, no deep gouges or scuffs, so fresh, almost as if it's a specimen. And then you have the reverse of the St. Gaudens Double Eagle. It's the one coin I like to say has a reverse as beautiful and inspirational as the obverse. Because there you have the American eagle in full flight, wings outstretched in an upward trajectory, with the rays of the sun behind, in God we trust below. It's stunning, it's beautiful. And these were struck in San Francisco. And this is the interesting part, because the mint mark is minuscule. It's just above the date, a tiny, tiny little S. I think they used the S mint mark for the Mercury dime when they struck these St. Gaudens Double Eagles. It's a very small mint mark, but it's there nonetheless, the small San Francisco mint mark, that all-important San Francisco mint mark. And then the 1915 S's that we have, folks. Take a look at one of these. Look at this, folks. Struck over 100 years ago, struck for commerce. They didn't receive any special treatment. They weren't individually handled. They were dumped into bins, thrown into bags, shipped to banks around the country. These coins should not exist, especially in this condition. This is a miracle. And the prices I'm able to offer these coins at truly is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Now, for those of you who are new to numismatics, coins are graded on a 70-point scale from a low of 1 to a high of 70. The lower the number, the heavier the wear of the coin, the poorer condition of the coin. Anything 60 and above is a coin that's never been in circulation. It's uncirculated. 70 is the highest possible grade. That represents perfection. Now, there are no coins struck before the 1960s that have ever graded 70, folks. The mint has struck literally billions and billions of coins, from cents to double eagles, prior to 1960. But not a single example has ever been certified in flawless 70. They don't exist. A St. Gaudens Double Eagle in the condition of these San Francisco struck issues means they are coins that are uncirculated with very, very few, very minor bag marks. These are extraordinary grades for a Double Eagle from this early vintage era. These coins, folks, they would not exist if not for the European gold hoard. And this is where the story really gets interesting. The European gold hoard is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the collector of today. It really all began during the Great Depression, and in 1933, when there were approximately 4,000 bank failures in our country. Just imagine, you have your life savings. You've spent 10, 20, 30, 40 years accumulating. It's your nest egg for your retirement. And you go to the bank the next day and it's shuttered closed. Your money is gone. Your life savings is gone. You were wiped out. It was financial ruin, devastation for millions of Americans. And so a lot of people were understandably terrified if they had money in banks that were still solvent. They're concerned that their bank would be next. And so they began pulling their money out of their banks. And with that paper money, they started buying gold coins. Throughout human history, across cultures, gold has always had value. Gold has always been the most precious metal. When all these Americans began pulling their money out of these banks that were already stressed, it threatened further failure in the banking system. And so Franklin Roosevelt, in April of 1933, passed Executive Order 6102, making the ownership of over $100 worth of gold illegal. Now, that's hard to believe in the United States of America, that it would be illegal to own over $100 worth of gold. But it was enforced, folks. If you were caught with over $100 worth of gold, you faced either a $10,000 fine, 10 years imprisonment, or both. What did the Treasury do with all those gold coins? Take a look at this chart. Fully 39% of all the double eagles ever struck from 1850 to 1933 were melted back down into gold bars. Over 50 million coins. There were, on the other hand, a handful of enterprising individuals who said to themselves, well, look, I'm not about to keep all my money in the bank and to lose it all if the bank goes under. On the other hand, if I buy gold coins and I'm caught with over $100 worth of gold, I could face 10 years imprisonment. There was a third option. What a lot of people began to do, and a lot of institutions began to do, was to actually buy the bags of gold, gold coins, while it was still legal. Most of them were double eagles. And they began to ship these bags to banks in Europe. I mean, they're not legal to own it in the United States, but they're not illegal to own in another country. So they ship these bags of gold coins to banks in Europe, and some of these bags have been coming out over the last several years, and we've been able to buy some original bags of some of these St. Gaudens double eagles, folks, that have been incredible. Now, first of all, to find any St. Gaudens in uncirculated condition is extraordinary. When you look at the total number of St. Gaudens double eagles struck over the entire series, they struck around 70 million coins. But remember, around 39% were melted back down. Of the original mintage, all the major grading services, only about 2.5% of that mintage has been certified in uncirculated condition. And most of those are between MS60 and MS63 grade. They're the lower grades with heavy bag marks. Now, what makes these so special is that when you look at the St. Gaudens double eagles certified in uncirculated condition, the vast majority, as I said in the beginning of my presentation, came from the Philadelphia Mint, the mint that was closest to the East Coast. Here's a chart that shows the most common St. Gaudens double eagles that have been certified by PCGS. And you can see the top several dates were all struck in Philadelphia. 1924P being the most common. In MS64 condition, it's an extremely elusive coin. Only 102,000 certified for the 24P. But then the second most common date, look how much rarer the second most common date is. 1908P, about half that of the 24P. And then you get down to the 28P, only 19,000 coins. And then we have at the bottom there the 14S and the 15S, folks. About 5% of the total of the 1924P. Now, St. Gaudens double eagles in mint state condition. I mean, there's some very rare dates like the 1927D. Here's a 1927D that sold in auction in mint state 63 condition for about $1.3 million. But then you get to the most common dates, and here we have a 1908P, one of the most common dates next to the 24P in mint state 64 condition. This is a dealer with 100% positive feedback, $3,500 coin. Here's the great news that I have for you today. From day one, our policy is not to sell these coins based on what the market will bear. We offer these coins based on our cost. These 1914S and 15S St. Gaudens double eagles in mint state 64, we bought this entire collection that came out of Europe. Rarely do San Francisco minted St. Gaudens double eagles come out of Europe. And even rarer are they in MS-64 condition. I have fewer than 100 of each in mid-state 64 condition. Again, superior to the Smithsonian. These are not $5,900 or $4,900. Now, $3,900 would be a great price. It would be an exceptional price. But I got together with my partners on this, and we looked at our costs, and we analyzed it, and we said, well, what is our absolute best price on these coins? If you want a 1914S, Mint State 64, we have a limited quantity available today, folks. Call in now. This is a limited time offer. As with all of our rare coin offerings, when we're out of these, especially from the Great European Gold Hoard, when we get an exclusive like this, once we're out, that's it. If we get somebody calling in a couple weeks later and we no longer have the coins, we can't replace them at that price. But while we have them, you can get a 1914S for only $3,595. Now, if you can't swing the entire $35.95 today, I would urge you, just put half down. We've got a half down opportunity. So all you have to do is put $1,797.50 down, and we'll hold a 1914S for you in MS-64 and pay the balance in 30 days. The most beautiful, artistic, numismatic creation in the history of the United States Mint. These St. Gaudens double eagles were struck in San Francisco over 100 years ago. Again, among the finest known, folks, in Mint State 64. Fully 2 points superior in quality to the Smithsonian example. Now, the second coin, the 1915S, is even a little rarer than the 1914S, but it's only $37.95. And again, we have the two-payment option. Half down today of $1,897.50, and we'll hold a 1915S with your name on it, put it in our vault, pay the balance in 30 days. These coins should not exist, especially in this condition. This is a miracle. So near mark-free, shimmering luster, no deep gouges or scuffs, so fresh. The mint mark is minuscule. It's just above the date. A tiny, tiny little S. It's a very small mint mark, but it's there nonetheless, the small San Francisco mint mark. Almost as if it's a specimen. But folks, don't just get one. Get the set while we have. This is a national treasure. This is something you want to hold on to, pass on to your kids, pass on to your grandkids. Keep it in the family. These are jewels. These are absolute national treasures from the early 1900s, struck at the San Francisco Mint, gold double eagles that were last struck in 1933. If you get the set, folks, we've got an RCTV special, limited time offer while we have both in stock. You can own both for only $6,995. That is a savings of $395 when you get the pair. And the best part of all, to make it as accessible as possible to everyone who's watching, we have a 3-payment option on the 2-coin set. So all you have to do is put 1/3 down today of $2,331.67, and we'll put a set of these aside for you, again, with your name on it, in our vault. Make the second payment in 30 days and the final payment in 60 days. And you'll own 2 of the most sensational St. Gaudens double eagles, struck at the San Francisco Mint. San Francisco Mint back then was called the Granite Lady. It's an amazing historic building in San Francisco. When they had the great earthquake in 1906 in San Francisco, about the only building remaining that was left standing was the Granite Lady, folks. 6-foot thick granite walls. These San Francisco issue Granite Lady double eagles are true, true keepsakes, folks. This is the perfect time to buy rare gold double eagles. Not very long ago, there was a very, very important article that came out. The title, Is It Time for a New Perspective on Generic Gold? Now, when they're talking about generic gold, they're referring to the most common gold. Like when I showed you the chart of those St. Gaudens double eagles, the most common gold St. Gaudens double eagles are the 1924P, the 1908P. Those are considered generic gold coins. A 1914S, 15S are much rarer St. Gaudens double eagles, folks. They're rare gold double eagles. But here's the key sentence in the article, something I've been telling our viewers now for years. There has not been a time in recent memory when pre-1933 gold coins were obtainable for so little over spot. These are not, again, generic St. Gaudens. They're rare date pieces that are just about double the gold value. You have over $1,700 in gold value alone in these coins. And not are they uncirculated San Francisco Mint issue, but they are among the finest known, superior to the examples in the Smithsonian. I mean, if you have some really good friends you want to share something with, show them this set that you just acquired from Rare Collectibles TV. These 1914S, 1915S St. Gaudens double eagles that you can have a lot of pride of ownership. These two San Francisco Mint 1914 and 1915 St. Gaudens double eagles in spectacular mint state 64, so fresh, so near perfect, over 100 years old, that have survived the journey across the ocean and back in such a near flawless condition. Again, we have a limited quantity. This is a limited time offer. I would encourage you, please take advantage of this while we have them. You will be glad you did. Thank you for watching. I love silver dollars, folks. United States minted silver dollars. When I first started buying and selling rare coins in the early 1980s, I was always looking for the finest silver dollars for my clients. Since then, I have built among the finest collections of Morgan dollars in existence. In fact, many of my clients have gotten awards from NGC for the finest collections of proof Morgan dollars. #1 ranked full collections, complete sets of proof Morgan dollars. Here's one that was given out in 2004. Finest collection, outstanding achievement, Everest collection of proof Morgan dollars. In fact, I have a picture of one of those coins right here. The finest known 1879 proof Morgan dollar. Now here's the thing. If you came to me and asked me, Rick, can you put a collection of Morgan dollars in proof condition like that for me today? I'd have to tell you no, I can't do that today. Those coins that I put together in that collection some 20 years ago, you can't find them anymore, folks. They're spread throughout the country in various collections. It is not possible to do. What I have today is a set of some amazing proof American silver eagles. Folks, this is a silver dollar for the 21st century. This is a silver dollar that if you're collecting for the very first time, this is like those proof Morgan dollars of yore, where you can still assemble a finest collection, finest known, highest possible grade at an affordable cost. The Proof American Silver Eagle is the perfect silver dollar for the 21st century for you. In the finest possible condition, Proof American Silver Eagles in NGC Everest quality Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. Take a look at these coins, folks. This is as good as it gets. There are no Proof 71s. 70 is the highest possible grade. It represents perfection under high magnification. There are many coins in this set which are extremely scarce in the condition you see them in. In fact, they're all very scarce, but there are some that are just rarer than the others. This is a great place to begin if you want to build the most stunning silver dollar collection at such a collector-friendly price that you can build and have something that'll just be so good for you and so good to you in the years and decades ahead. Now, why as a collector do I find the American Silver Eagle so appealing? Well, first of all, it's a United States minted coin with all the words and symbols struck on every coin that embody what our great country is all about and what we strive to become. I don't think any American citizen will say we are a perfect nation and that we still don't have work to do. But it's all about what we stand for and what we strive to become. I love what America stands for. And this coin, in its words, symbols, and images, is a daily reminder of what it means to be an American. These American Eagle silver dollars are by far the largest silver dollars ever struck by the United States Mint. They're much larger than a Morgan dollar. Indeed, the Morgan dollar compares in size to the American Eagle in about the same proportion as a half dollar compares in size to a Morgan dollar. It's a huge coin. While the Morgan dollar is a silver dollar struck in 90% silver, it's about 0.77 an ounce of silver, while the American Silver Eagle is a full ounce of silver, 0.999 pure, from silver mined in the United States of America. And then there is the artistry, beginning with the obverse. Lady Liberty, first appearing on what is now referred to as the Walking Liberty half dollar in 1916, reappeared for this American Silver Eagle series in 1986. Originally designed by Adolph Weinman, this is one of the great masterpieces, one of the iconic representations of Lady Liberty that's ever appeared on an American coin. Now, the model for Weinman's Lady Liberty is thought to be Audrey Munson. She was referred to as America's Venus, the first supermodel. Her likeness is on statues throughout New York City, in parks, at the top of municipal buildings, and in museums. She is also referred to as the most visible New York woman that you don't know. There she is, as Lady Liberty, gracefully striding across the landscape toward the sun and a new dawn of a new day, her right hand outstretched in a gesture of peace, hope, ultimately liberty itself, draped in the American flag, carrying branches of laurel and oak in her left arm, symbolic of civil and military glory. Now is the perfect time to begin building a collection of these classics, folks, if you haven't already. And this is the perfect set, in the finest possible condition, the highest possible grade, every coin reviewed by me with my Everest seal, Proof 70 Ultra Cameo, and all for a truly collector-friendly price. Now, if you're new to collecting, Proof 70, a grade of 70 is rarely given to one of these early Proof Silver Eagles. To get a grade of 70 from either NGC or PCGS, these are the most highly respected independent grading services in the nation. To get a 70, a coin must appear flawless under high magnification. And very few coins of this size are flawless under high magnification. I'd like you to take a look at these magnificent American Silver Eagles in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo condition. Beginning with the 2003, all struck at West Point. Every coin an Everest Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. 2003, 2004, 2005. These first three issues, folks, are semi-key dates. They're extremely elusive in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. When you get to 2006, the quality control, the technology at the Mint saw gradual improvements in the coins being produced, minted, coming from the West Point Mint. So you begin to see more Proof 70s, but these are still very, very scarce coins. And then 2008, and then we have 2010. There were no proofs struck in 2009. Because what happened, by law, the Mint was obligated to strike mint state American Silver Eagles for everybody that ordered one. And there was a tremendous, tremendous rush to silver coinage in 2009. The Mint ended up striking over 30 million American Silver Eagles in mint state, and they actually ran out of silver for the proof issues. Collectors were so upset that the Mint promised never again to run out of silver for the proof American Silver Eagle. And we finish with the last two coins in this set, the 2010 and the 2011. Now, in past presentations, I have offered these American Silver Eagles in Proof 69 Ultra Cameo, because the elusive holy grail of the American Silver Eagle series, that ultimate flawless Proof 70, are so few and far between. Now, first of all, again, these are Proof American Silver Eagles, or proof coins. There's a big difference between a mint state coin and a proof coin. The mint state coins are struck in much higher numbers. You take a look at that mint state American Silver Eagle. It has the traditional silvery, satiny surface, and you'll find bag marks on it as well. These coins were struck. You would see coins that would braid with one another. They'd get small bag marks and ticks. Proof coins, on the other hand, are really special. They're meant to represent the state of the minter's art. They're nothing new. The Mint has been making proof coins since the early 1800s. But back in those early days, only dignitaries, ambassadors, kings, or queens could receive a proof coin from the U.S. Mint as a gift, as a source of pride from our country that we could produce something of such high quality. To make a proof coin, the concept has never changed. You take the finest possible dies. Today they would take those dies, polish them until they have a mirror-like finish. They would acid etch the cameo effect into the die to create a really strong cameo frosted effect, so Liberty would be frosted white. These dies would be put in place, and every coin would be slowly inserted into these dies and they would not be struck once, but at least twice under higher pressure to bring out every possible detail of the design. And then most importantly, once struck, the coins would not be ejected into a bin, they would be individually handled. When you bought your proof coin, it would come in this kind of government packaging, as you see here. This is an original government set. The traditional packaging, a very nice custom packaging. It came straight from the Mint, but look, notice the spot and around the periphery, around 3, 4 o'clock there by the rim. That doesn't come off, folks. That's part of the production problems that they had at the Mint. And that's what makes the Proof 70s so rare. Making a proof coin is very labor intensive, and especially when you're talking about American Silver Eagle in proof. The dies had to be replaced far more frequently because they had to strike these coins and double strike them under higher pressure to bring out every possible detail of the design. So you had frequent changes of the die. The Mint could only strike a limited number of these coins. And in fact, if you were to buy a proof American Silver Eagle directly from the Mint today, it would cost you over $70, even though silver's around $26, $27. You can get a Mint State American Silver Eagle for about the price of silver. The proofs, however, are far more expensive because it is so labor intensive. Now, timing is everything. In the year 2021, the U.S. Mint made the United States numismatic history. It was the headline in publications across our nation. New designs coming for the reverse of the American Silver Eagle. And there you see the eagles for the new reverses for the gold and silver American Eagle. The American Silver Eagle, which had traditionally been struck with the heraldic eagle reverse design, which originally came from our earliest silver dollars struck in the late 1700s, where the heraldic eagle first appeared. And here we have an actual silver dollar from that era, the reverse of that coin, with that heraldic eagle reverse. John Mercanti, when he had designed the American Silver Eagle in 1986, he used Adolph Weinman's obverse of the Lady Liberty, and he took that heraldic eagle reverse, made his own updated version of it, and used that for these earliest American Silver Eagle coins. And that reverse, the last year of that incredible creation, is 2021. And folks, when the Mint announced that 2021 would be the last year of the heraldic eagle reverse, and the coins were offered for sale in proof, the Mint sold out in a record 3 minutes. Orders were filled in 3 minutes. In fact, some people are saying it was under 3 minutes. It was around 2 minutes. But that's a record. I don't think that'll ever be broken. Now, what does that mean for you? What's happening, folks, is that there are so many new collectors coming into the market every day. And the demand for these American Silver Eagles has just exploded over the last several years. To put these sets together in proof is so much more challenging than putting these sets together in mint state. There were so fewer proof struck than mint state coins. When you look at the total mintages of all the mint state American Silver Eagles and all the proof American Silver Eagles, you gain an appreciation of why this set I have for you today in proof is so special. Where you can see the mint state coins, the mintages were typically between 5 and 40 million struck in any given year. In only 2 years did they strike more than 1 million proof American Silver Eagles. The proof production represents only about 4% of the production compared to the mint state coins. Now, what's of greatest importance to you is the rarity of these coins in proof 70. Because the mintage has nothing to do with the rarity of the coin in proof 70. Take a look at these population totals, beginning with the first year of issue of the series, the 1986S. And here we have both the PCGS and NGC numbers, and you can see there are a lot fewer examples graded by NGC than PCGS at proof 70 Ultra Cameo. And you see some years where fewer than 2,000 coins have been certified in proof 70 Ultra Cameo in those early years. Those early years struck at the San Francisco Mint, and then from 1993 to 2000, they were struck at the Philadelphia Mint. And then in 2001, they transferred production to the West Point Mint. And then when we get to the West Point numbers, it's the earliest years which are the most elusive in proof 70 Ultra Cameo. The toughest dates by far are the 2001 and 2002. They are rare, folks. Here's a 2001 that sold in auction for almost $4,000. But then again, those first 5 years are really tough years in the West Point series. Technology began to see gradual improvements at the West Point Mint. You see more proof 70s being graded. Until you get to the later years when you look at the 2016, 95,000 certified. In fact, you look at the 2021, a coin that just came out, and it's already has 70,000 coins graded. And the 2020, with the 75th anniversary of World War II, a highly, highly desirable coin, around 15,000 already certified in 70 Ultra Cameo. Those folks go for $2,000 to $3,000. And here's one listed that's being offered for $2,400. That's what they go for. This is why I put this set together. When you look at the populations of the coins that I have in this set that go from 2003 to 2011, you've got coins like the 2003 with only 11,000 coins certified, 2004 only 12,000, 2005 only 15,000. The last coin in the set, the 2011, 44,000. I have been most fortunate to get first crack at a really historic collection of original West Point proof American Silver Eagles. I cherry-picked this collection, folks. It took me about a week. And the dates you have here on display are the dates that I am able to offer complete sets on while I have them. There are a lot of coins that came out of the collection that are proof 69s. But here's the really great part for you. I'm going to be offering the proof 69s at a future date, but they're not going to be that much less than this proof 70 set. This proof 70 set, folks, is available for less than $225 a coin. I'm passing my good fortune on to you today. The entire set is only $1,795. The American Silver Eagles have so many collectors, new collectors coming into the market. We can't get enough of them, especially in proof 70 and proof 69 condition. This proof 70 set that you see here, I could easily offer at $24.95 and we would sell them, but it wouldn't be my best price to you. I was extremely fortunate to get first crack on these, and we got some extraordinary proof 70 grades on this small group you see here. And I'm able to offer the entire set for only $1,795. That's less than $225 per coin. Now, if you can't afford the entire set, there are a couple options. Option number one, if you just want to get one American Silver Eagle, you can get either the 2010 or the 2011 at $229. Those are the coins that I have the most of, and if you want an individual example, you can get one for only $229. There is a limit of 5 per coin per caller, okay? I have to put a limit of 5 because I can't have somebody calling in and ordering 80 of them, because that would about clean me out of the 2010s, and then we wouldn't be able to offer any sets. So there is a 5 coin limit if you want to just get a 2010 or a 2011 West Point in proof 70. They're only $229 a coin. If you want to get the entire set, it's $1,795. It includes all those really tough dates. The 2003, 2004, 2005, all extremely elusive in proof 70 Ultra Cameo. And if you can't swing the entire $17.95 today, we have the set available on our 2-payment option, where all you have to do is put half down today of $897.50. And we'll hold this set for you and pay the balance in 30 days. $224.37 a coin. This is a set, folks, for the collector of today. These stunning proof American Silver Eagles in proof 70 Ultra Cameo. This is the perfect place to start. You're getting some of the more elusive dates in the highest possible grade. The timing of this couldn't be better. With so many new collectors coming into the market, really attracted to this historic new reverse design that came out in 2021, which makes these earlier American Silver Eagles really important key dates, because it's these earlier issues which are so much rare in proof 70 Ultra Cameo. It's these earlier issues that the future collectors for this series are going to be really looking for to complete their sets. That's how it's always been. When you look at Morgan dollars and you want to complete your Morgan dollar set in mint state, well, you've got a lot of really tough dates. I mean, the 1893S Morgan dollar in just MS60 condition right now is up to about $200,000, simply because it's the rarest date in the series. And then there are other dates which are really elusive, you know, like an 1884S, very rare, not as rare as a 93S, but very rare coin. Also, you know, hundreds of thousands of dollars. And you see very much the same thing with the American Silver Eagles. You're going to have your common dates, these coins that are now being struck by the U.S. Mint, where the production quality is so high, the vast majority grade proof 70. But once you get into the earlier years, like you see in this set here, you've got some really elusive dates, but I have them at a common date price. And that's the key. You've got all the upside, the entire set, only $1,795. Got a lot of people calling in. This is a the situation where we have people who take advantage of our 2-payment option, put half down today, we can put the set aside for you. This is going to be a very, very difficult set to replace at these prices that I have for you today, folks. I hope you can take advantage of it. The sets and the coins in this condition are not getting any cheaper, all right? I can tell you that. I have had to pay for some of these exceptional American Silver Eagles a lot more today than I did a couple years ago. They're not getting any cheaper. They're getting more desirable by the week. So I sincerely hope you can take advantage of this opportunity to get really the most beautiful silver dollar ever struck by the U.S. Mint, in my opinion. This is a silver dollar for the 21st century, the collector of the 21st century. This is an opportunity for you. Thank you for watching.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Rare Collectibles TV. I'm James Gerstel. The reason why I'm so excited is because we have the final coin in the American Silver Eagle series, the American Silver Eagle dollar. You know the coin, one of the most beautiful coins ever, first struck in 1986, part of the Ronald Reagan legacy when he was president. But here it is. We have come to the very end of the program. This proof Silver Eagle, struck at San Francisco, is the very last issue with that classic John Mercanti heraldic eagle reverse that first appeared on this silver dollar in 1986. Can you believe it? 2021 will no longer have John Mercanti's unbelievable heraldic eagle reverse. It's being retired. This proof Silver Eagle is the very last coin. So I hope you watch our show, because here on Rare Collectibles TV, we're not just going to give you the very last one and leave you adrift. We will help you build the entire collection either in one fell swoop or a little bit at a time. That's what we do. We are here for the collector. Now, here is the ultimate. Guys, we're right in the middle. We're right in the thick of the very last issue. Right now, it's happening. I want to tell you that this coin went on sale at the U.S. Mint literally moments ago. This is a pre-sale. There's so much to this coin. Number one, notice that it's the first day of issue. When it comes to certified coins, if you want the ultimate, you want that label right there. First of all, it is the last American Silver Eagle dollar to bear the Mercanti reverse, and this one is struck at San Francisco. And unlike the 2020 W, it has a cap on the mintage of 200,000. It's first day of issue. Now, you ask any collector, the ultimate designation on a label, it's not early release, it is first day of issue. So this coin, having just been released, folks, this is a pre-sale, and I want to show you what you are getting. First day of issue, a perfect Proof 70 Ultra Cameo, struck at the San Francisco Mint. There is no higher designation than first day of issue. Now, I love early release, but you can't beat first day of issue. The Proof Silver Eagle, it's the collector's version of the Mint State coin we all know and love so well. It's a lot harder to get. One of the reasons why it's harder to get is because they just don't make anywhere near as many as they do of the Mint State coin. Since 1986, the United States of America has struck this American Silver Eagle dollar in a business strike to the tune of nearly 540 million coins. The proofs, on the other hand, which have been struck since 1986 have been issued in far, far smaller quantities. In fact, the whole entire program, there are only 24 million coins. Now, they did skip 2009 because of a silver shortage that year. Not only are the proof American Silver Eagles produced in minuscule quantities compared to the regular issues, it goes through a completely different striking process. For the business strikes, the coins are fed into a high-speed press, and thousands, literally, are struck at a time. But when you look at the striking process for these proof coins, it's a completely different method of striking. Number one, a die engraver selects the finest examples of these dies. Those dies are taken and they're brought to a special room where they are polished and engraved to produce the ultimate example of this silver dollar. Because this silver dollar will be struck a minimum of 2 times under very heavy and high pressure. Unlike the business strikes, the rims are higher and the detail of this coin just jumps off the surface. That special striking is good for 15 to 20 examples. And then the coining press is shut down, the dies are removed, and a new pair of dies are installed. And the striking process begins again for a very limited amount of coins. Now, what we're living this year is an unprecedented slowdown, in fact, a shutdown of the United States Mint. Because of the difficulties we all have gone through for 2020, there has been no production at the U.S. Mint. So the coin that you are looking at right now is the very last issue of this American silver dollar before it's retired forever. And a new design for the reverse will take place. This is the final issue, and we're able to offer it in the ultimate version. Ladies and gentlemen, $229 a coin. $229 per coin. This is the ultimate version of the most popular silver dollar in the world today. The largest silver dollar the U.S. Mint ever struck. Do you realize this coin is bigger than a Morgan dollar? It also features the Renaissance design of the original Walking Liberty half dollar from 1916. Adolph A. Wyman designed that obverse, and it was groundbreaking. It was the first representation of an allegorical, a figure of liberty, kind of mythical, ever to grace a coin. Its design has been known as the ultimate in numismatic design on silver. The reverse, that was contributed by just the 12th chief engraver of the U.S. Mint, John Mercanti. These coins are totally perfect. And a third party has agreed that every one of these coins will be absolutely perfect. And there's a lot of intensive grading. In fact, there's 3 people who grade each coin. So you get the ultimate in accuracy, and in this instance, you get the first day of issue, the highest grade attainable, a proof 70, the highest designation of mirror and contrast, known as cameo. In this case, ultra cameo. When you take a look by year, it really illustrates how many collectors there are of these coins. Take a look at all of these figures relating to each and every year that the coin was produced. Beginning in 1986, 1,446,000 coins were struck. That was the highest mintage year. And demand for the coin, now naturally, first year is always going to be, people are going to, just the first dollar ever made of this sort. But take a look every year. So many collectors are purchasing these coins and building complete collections. That's where these coins go. The dream is to get a perfect graded coin, a perfect grade. Now, it's not very often that the Mint will say, we're only going to strike 200,000 of these coins. Generally, the mintages are open until the window closes, the period of time closes that they can be sold. In this instance, a cap has been put on the mintage. There will be no more than 200,000 coins issued. Well, if you take a look at the 2020 W figures right below it, you can see already how many of those coins were ordered for there to be a high mintage this late in the year. Almost impossible. I would be very, very surprised if it even reaches that maximum. But nonetheless, that's where we're at. This is a pre-sell at $229 for a very special release. First day of issue. There is a really short period of time by which your coins can be submitted to the grading service. There's only one way that it works. For you and me, it would be very difficult to do because number one, you got to get in line at the U.S. Mint. You got to buy enough Silver Eagle 2020 S's to even submit to get one in a perfect grade. So you got to buy a lot of multiples. You got to wait for them to come from the U.S. Mint. Don't forget, just started selling these. We're guaranteed to get first day of issue, Proof 70 Ultra Cameo for the very last coin of its kind, $229. I want to let all of you know why this coin is so special. The reverse is going away, but you know what is staying? This exclusive label. Because Rare Collectibles TV owns this label that we call the Reagan Mercanti label. It's exclusive to our network, and it really means a lot. Ronald Reagan was the father of the American Silver Eagle because he signed the bill into law, authorized the U.S. Treasury to start striking these coins, and that was in 1985. It was known as the Liberty Coin Act. It had two parts to it. The first part was not the American Silver Eagle. It was the 1986 Statue of Liberty Centennial Celebration. A silver dollar, incidentally, Mr. Mercanti was responsible for that silver dollar as well. A silver dollar was issued, and what they call a rider to the bill, an addendum, if you will, was also signed into law. And that second part of the law authorized the American Eagle program. Now, it's been going strong since 1986. The obverse is featured Adolph A. Wyman's masterpiece of the Walking Liberty half dollar, and the reverse, a tribute to the original heraldic eagle design, turn of the 19th century design on silver dollars. Well, that is all going away, and a new reverse will hit the scene in 2021. Well, you can imagine, in this year of the Mint being closed, how pent up the demand for this coin is. Have you guys been watching our show? We have featured a Silver Eagle that is known as the emergency release. And what that simply means is that the U.S. Mint, because they were striking no coins, went back to their archives, to their stockpile, and they released some coins from 2017 that they were holding. Those coins have been highly sought after just because there was nothing available in 2020 from the U.S. Mint. Finally, a small trickle of the current dated silver dollar. And lo and behold, it's the last one ever. This small trickle is coming to Rare Collectibles TV in this form. Let's take one more look. $229 for a perfect Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. San Francisco strut. Very limited maximum mintage of 200,000. When you look at the 1994, that mintage was 372,000. And in 1994, in a perfect Proof 70 grade, with an autograph by John Mercanti, is nearly $4,000. That mintage is substantially higher than the cap on the mintage of the 2020S. Have you guys ever heard of the term registry set or a registry coin? To put it simply, really what it is an opportunity for us collectors to brag about how fine our collection is, to put together a set that then gets rated by NGC. And they assign a point, in a point system, they assign points to every single issue in that collection that you submit as a registry. And the ultimate goal is to be the #1 holder of the registry set for, let's say, the Morgan dollar, or the Walking Liberty half dollar, or the Peace dollar, or the Lincoln cent, or the American Silver Eagle dollar. Now, NGC has recognized by recording our populations of our exclusive label, this Reagan-Mercanti label, they are now recording the populations separately from all the other Mercanti autograph labels. Ours will be the only label that has those individual designations. This is information that will allow you to put together the finest registry sets attainable. This exclusive label with a Proof 70 grade is all Rare Collectibles TV. And one of the reasons why we love this label is the connection. The connection between Ronald Reagan and John Mercanti was a really amazing one. John Mercanti first came to work at the United States Mint in 1974. His tenure at the U.S. Mint lasted all the way to 2010. He finally became just the 12th chief engraver. And that's how he retired. But his career featured things like this. You see that Ronald Reagan that was created by John Mercanti when he was at the U.S. Mint. He sculpted that. Reagan became president when Mercanti was at the U.S. Mint. Mercanti was at the Rose Garden during the signing of the Liberty Coin Act that authorized these coins. His connection to Ronald Reagan, timeless. So Reagan appears on our label because that bust that you saw that was sculpted by Mercanti became that label. That artwork was based on that sculpture he did. And he signed it, each one of those. So the connection that John Mercanti had to Ronald Reagan and to the United States Mint and to this silver dollar, timeless. But his reverse is being retired. So 2020 is the last year. And specifically, this coin from San Francisco, the last silver eagle the U.S. Mint will issue in proof that bears the original heraldic eagle design of John Mercanti, the 2020S. Now, everybody who buys a coin right now at $229 is guaranteed the following: an absolute perfect example graded by NGC with our exclusive label. Guarantee, absolutely, of this coin being the last proof silver dollar of its kind. There will never be another one. A perfect Proof 70 grade. Now, I got to tell you, first day of issue is really important here. Imagine being able to own a first day of issue of the last silver dollar of its kind in the highest grade attainable, $229. If you can see your way to do it, purchase as many of these coins as you can. Because from first day of issue, which lasts really just, it's fleeting. Just like the name describes, first day of issue. So once that's gone, they then go to early release, which is pretty darn good. What you want is the very last one designated as the first ones at the grading service, the first day of issue. That's everything, and we have it all. with a great price as well. Ladies and gentlemen, the reason why you watch Rare Collectibles TV is just for this sort of an event. We love rarity, and we love a great price. But when you couple all of that with everything this coin has going for it, our exclusive label, the highest grade, the last one of its kind, a fantastic inside price, you're going to want to own more than one of these. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of this presentation. Here's the warning. The last one of its kind, in the highest grade you can get, first day of issue. That is it right now. Don't miss out. $229. Don't go anywhere. More great coins are coming up. Thanks so much for watching. Share and get out your phone because you're going to want to call us immediately. Here's what's happening. Rare Collectibles TV is one of just a few companies in the whole entire world that have been invited by the United States Mint and NGC to participate in a program featuring the advance release of a new silver dollar and the last of its kind that is just about to be issued by the U.S. Mint. This is a pre-sale. This is an opportunity to get something hardly anybody else is going to have, an advance release. So, ladies and gentlemen, 2021, it's a special year. It's a transitional year for a silver dollar. In 1921, the Morgan dollar transitioned within the same year to the peace dollar. I will tell you this, there has never been more excitement for an American silver dollar than we are seeing right now for this coin. So let's get right to it, ladies and gentlemen. Take a look at what we are talking about. 2021 from the West Point Mint, featuring the Heraldic Eagle Type 1 reverse made famous by John Mercanti as an advance release in the highest grade attainable, a Proof 70. That number 70, oh man, and you look at the Ultra Cameo as well. But the number, Proof 70, means that what you are about to receive is a coin that is completely flawless. No imperfections whatsoever, even when the coin is viewed under 5 times magnification. No imperfections. In our exclusive label. So this is the first time the U.S. Mint has pre-released a coin to a certain group of vendors who do a great deal of business with the Mint. This is a pedigree which is going to have its own line in the population reports of NGC. So not only is our exclusive label, that Mercanti Reagan artwork label, going to be a separate line in the NGC database, so will these advanced releases. So you're getting a pedigree second to none. This has a great shot of being one of the lowest populations of an American Silver Eagle ever. It is the last year of the famed Heraldic Eagle reverse of John Mercanti's original design, which first appeared on a United States silver dollar in 1986. John Mercanti started at the United States Mint in 1974 as an assistant engraver, assistant to the chief engraver. He was prolific. He was an artist, a master sculptor. In fact, the label that we feature, that artwork was taken from a sculpture that Mercanti did during his time at the U.S. Mint, a sculpture of Ronald Reagan. And Ronald Reagan is the president who was considered the father of the American Eagle program. He's the president who signed into law in 1985 the bill that started it all. So we consider him the father of the American Eagle. This silver dollar has risen to a position of popularity that has never been equaled by any other silver dollar. It has surpassed the fame of the Morgan dollars, and that is a mouthful, ladies and gentlemen. And this has now become the longest running series of a dollar and the most popular and the most collected, and I'll tell you why. Because in these unbelievable silver dollars, also the largest one we ever struck, you get an opportunity to own perfection. Something that you could never get in a peace dollar or a Morgan dollar or any one of the previous dollars. Only the silver American Eagle dollars, the pure silver, the largest coin, it has it all. Truly the last of their kind as well. Type 1. When you look at the reverse of the American Silver Eagle dollar, it features a tribute designed, engraved, modeled, the whole 9 yards by John Mercanti that pays tribute to the heraldic eagle dollars of yesteryear. That was his aim when he was chosen to engrave both the obverse and the reverse dies for this coin in 1986. Because John Mercanti had been at the Mint since 1974. By 2006, he rose to the position of just the 12th chief engraver the Mint ever had. And he retired in 2010, but his legacy has grown every year. The appreciation for what Mr. Mercanti accomplished on this silver dollar is the stuff of legends. Beginning in 1986, this is a table that demonstrates to everybody out there the millions and millions of coins that have been struck by the U.S. Mint. And many of these coins have ended up in collectors' hands and become some great rarities. But year in and year out, millions of coins are struck. We go over to the middle column right there, and under the word proof, you see the mintages of the collector coins, of which we are about to feature one of the very last ones. We are featuring the last heraldic eagle reverse of all time. And it continues, because this program has been going strong since 1986. You can see that in Mint State, as a business strike, every year there's millions of these coins that are issued. And I will remind all you collectors out there that not one of those coins from yesteryear are remaining in the Treasury vaults. They've all been dispersed. And that's true of the proof coins as well. And you can see on the far column, another collectible version was introduced in 2006. But what we're dealing with here, ladies and gentlemen, is the last of its kind. This coin sold out, not just in one day at the U.S. Mint, or not just in an hour. This had never happened before. It was minutes that this coin sold out. The pent-up demand, the desire to own the last of its kind, the last heraldic reverse silver dollar of this amazing series, culminated in a mad dash to get these coins. Absolutely the craziest situation you've ever seen in terms of millions and millions of people wanting to get what was only available in a little over 300,000 coins. I don't think the Mint ever saw a sellout of a silver coin as quickly as the last one of these silver dollars sold out. The coin is famous. From day one, it's been collected. And every collector wants an American silver dollar in the highest grade achievable. When we look at peace dollars, when we look at Morgan dollars at the highest grades attainable, they're mega thousands of dollars. These silver dollars that we feature now come in grades that Morgan dollars or peace dollars could never touch. You could never hope to own the amazing display of the minter's art like you can on these coins. Never before. Now, here are some key date silver American Eagle dollars that over time have become legendary. In 1986, the very first one was issued, struck at the San Francisco Mint, and the most prolific of all, with almost 1.5 million coins. And still gone like that, and collectors today cannot get a perfect coin unless they really, really search. I mean, it's a quest. And it's also almost $3,000. There's one right there, 1986 in a perfect proof 70 ultra cameo grade. Now, I will remind you folks that the 2021 in the advance release that we are premiering and previewing right now is the highest grade attainable with our exclusive labeling. A coin that sold out, I don't even think it was 5 minutes. There have been sellouts before, but never anything like this coin. Next on the list there was the 1995 from Philadelphia. And here is a coin in a perfect 70 grade that was auctioned off for almost $980. And I got to tell you, if you can find one for $980, buy it, because that coin, man, that coin's cheap. 1993 was a year, if memory serves me correct, that had nearly 500,000 coins struck. Here's an example of one in a perfect grade, just like the coins that we are featuring right now, but a much higher mintage for over $3,200. 1994, up until this 2021 was released, the 1994 was considered the cat's meow. It was considered the key date in the series, and it still is. And here's a 1994, mintage is much, much higher, almost $3,000. So ladies and gentlemen, we have a unique opportunity for the true collector. You are about to witness mayhem in your own household, okay? Because what we are doing now, ladies and gentlemen, is opening up the floodgates on an opportunity on a pre-sale. Now, as soon as these coins are released, they will be coming to you. I would say it's going to take about a month because the coins have to go from the United States Mint to the grading service. They're going to be the very first ones. This puts you ahead of everybody in the line. These coins will then be certified in the absolute highest grade with our special exclusive labeling, and then they're going to be coming to you. So right now, when you lock up whatever it is you're going to buy of these, however many, if you're going to go quantity, if you're going to go a single entity, I will say this, don't miss out on the chance to go big at a great price. Now, honestly, I don't know if this coin was graded or will be graded or not. It's a pre-sale. It's almost $500. And I have a feeling that they would put in the title if it was a perfect proof 70 grade. And that one at almost $500 is just straight from the mint in original government packaging. No grade assigned. Now here's another one, ladies and gentlemen, described as an advance release at almost $550. You get an opportunity to get in on something that had never been done before. You get an opportunity to be part of the numismatic history that made this the last of the Type 1 silver dollars, the last of the Mercante Reavers. This is a transition coin. Mid-year of 2021, this coin is going to transition to the new reverse. That's why this coin sold out so fast. There could not be a lot of these coins issued. There is not a lot of time to strike these coins. It's over, it's done, they're gone. As a pre-sale in a perfect grade in our exclusive label, a single entity for $495. 5 coins are $485 each. That's $2,425. And I invite you to split that into 2 equal payments of $1,250. It's going to make it a lot easier, but what it's also going to do, it's going to give you the confidence right now to lock that coin up, to know that your name's going to be on 1 or 5 or 10 or wherever you go with it, and you're going to be guaranteed to get one. And it's also going to make it a lot easier for you to swing the deal. Now, we've gone really big here. We are offering 10 of these rare silver dollars. And let me tell you, there is no, well, gilding the lily on the description of this coin. This is flat out going to be history making. This coin has already made history. There are not enough coins here at Rare Collectibles or anywhere in the world to satisfy the demand for this coin. That's why 5 minutes it was gone. You're getting an opportunity to get the coin in the highest grade. So even if you had been in line, you still wouldn't be in line for an advance release. We are. Even if you had gotten a coin, you got to get multiples because you're not going to be guaranteed to get a perfect grade with one coin, maybe not 2 coins, maybe not even 10 coins. But we're going to guarantee you, whether you buy 1 or 10, a perfect grade in our exclusive label. So there's no anxiety, there's no stress, there's no wondering, there's no guessing, there's no praying. You're getting the ultimate. So $4,750 will buy 10 of these coins, and you can break that up into 2 equal payments of $2,375. You know, this opportunity is never going to come around again. With many silver dollars, there's always a hope. There's always a chance. Not here. There are people who still have smoke coming out of their ears, who tried as they might, could not get one of these coins. I mean, banging their heads against the wall. Frustration like you wouldn't believe. And let me tell you, again, even if you had been in the front of the line with us, I can guarantee you a perfect coin. You wouldn't be able to do it on your own. Once in a while, we get to be part of something history-making. Now here, I want to read to you. Our executive producer sent me an email with these bullet points on it. Our executive producer. Not a coin collector. Well, now he is. But when you get somebody who's outside of our realm of collecting, who's so excited about this that he writes me a one-page letter, I got to read it to you. The last line he said here, just typing this email gets me excited about this coin. For the first time, the United States Mint has pre-released a coin to a certain group who do a lot of business with the United States Mint. Because it puts you in a category where they know you can handle it. This is a pedigree that is going to have its own population. It's going to be recorded in the archives of NGC as advanced releases. History breaking. This has never been done before with the American dollars. Never. This has a really unbelievable shot at having one of the lowest populations ever in perfect grade. We guarantee the future of this coin as being a perfect grade. Even if you bought 100 coins, if you were able to, and there was a limit, you couldn't, you wouldn't be able to be guaranteed. You really wouldn't of even getting one. But I'm going to guarantee you 1 or 5 or 10. That's in writing, ladies and gentlemen. It is the last year of the world-famous Mercanti reverse. The last year. It's going away. It's been on this coin. It is what made this coin what it is today. Its reverse design was magic. And when you look at the backstory of it, well, Mercanti was a lover of history and a lover of American coinage and a lover of art and an expert sculptor. He was the man to do this job, and he did it. He created the ultimate reverse. And it has graced that coin since 1986 and forevermore is going to be known as the Type 1. You, ladies and gentlemen, probably already own the first Type 1, the 1986. Don't let history pass you by, because this is the last one. It's gone. It's sold out everywhere. We are more than fortunate. We're blessed. We got in line as a special group to be honored with the opportunity to advance purchase these coins. And now we're here and giving you an opportunity as a pre-sale. So seems to me like you not only get to the front of the line here, but you get the highest quality coins, you get the most exclusive label, and if that wasn't enough, we work hard to bring coins like this to our show at the absolute best price. Everybody wants one of these coins. And a lot of people will pay $500 or $600 for a coin. Oh, most people. And hey, it could have happened to us as well. But we were lucky. We were invited. We were on the list. And that's really what it boils down to. So folks, it isn't often that you get an opportunity like this. Now, let me just say one more time. This is a pre-sale, so take a look at what's going to be happening in the very near future. You are going to get the last Mercanti Heraldic Eagle Reverse. You are going to get a coin in perfect condition, and it has the highest designation as well, Ultra Cameo. Not a cameo, but an Ultra Cameo. You can't get any better than Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. It's going to have every bell and whistle a numismatic rarity could have. And it has something that most of these rarities that are being offered out there today can't touch: our price. One last time, $495 and a guarantee of an advanced release and a perfect coin in our exclusive label. A quantity of 5, $485 a coin, $2,425 when you buy 5. Break that up into 2 equal payments. You can go even bigger. 10 coins, everyone a guarantee of advanced release, and everyone a perfect Proof 70 grade with our label. And that at $475 a piece beats everybody out there price-wise. That's $4,750 for 10 coins. And again, break that up into the 2-payment option. It's going to help a lot. But one thing that it's really going to do for you is it's going to make you lock that in today. Because I got to tell you, when these coins get delivered, all bets are off. If you're not in line or you're not reserved, let me just say, you're not going to get it. That's just the way it's going to be. Too many people want it. Too many people couldn't get it. So the buck stops here. This coin is going to be the final issue of a legendary set. So I got to tell you this. When you decide, if you haven't already, that you want to own every one of these Type 1s in a perfect Proof 70 grade, come and see us, because that's what we do. But one thing you're going to know you have is the last and one of the rarest ones ever. And I thank you so much for watching, and I invite you to stay tuned, but I also want you to remember, get it now. And I'll see you guys soon. Take care.
You're watching Rick's U.S. Coin Show on Rare Collectibles TV. Folks, over the years, I have been entrusted with building some of the finest coin collections for my clients. Just recently, my clients were awarded several prestigious awards from NGC, the Numismatic Guarantee Corporation. This is an award at Everest Collection Liberty Head Double Eagles, the finest known proof collection, Type 3 variety, given by NGC. And to the right, we see another award for Liberty Head Double Eagles, the complete set from 1850 to 1907. Here's one for seated Liberty half dollars. Proof condition, the finest known set of proof seated Liberty half dollars. Now, what is the point of showing those awards that my clients have received? I'm not going to stand up here and offer you something that I don't think is a great coin for you to own. I've never done that, and I never will. I come up here when I have something that I think is a really, truly exceptional opportunity for our viewers of Rare Collectibles TV. And I've got an incredible coin for you today. It receives my highest recommendation. In fact, I'll go so far as to say that if there is just one United States coin I would strongly encourage you to own, if you've never acquired a United States rare coin in your life or never planned to acquire another, this one coin, it's truly a national treasure, folks. It's the gold double eagle that I have for you today. This historic classic is extremely rare in the condition I have it in. It's the 1907 first year of issue St. Gaudens Double Eagle, a coin whose final design wasn't approved until late in 1907. And it wasn't even struck until the final 2 months in 1907. And so, in total, the Mint was only able to strike 361,667 coins. An incredibly minuscule mintage. And of those 361,000 coins, virtually all of them immediately went into circulation. They were struck for commerce. Citizens were using the coins to buy and sell things with. That's their purpose. They were struck for commerce. Today, by what I can only describe as a miracle, we have recovered over 100 examples from a fresh mint bag, similar to this bag that I'm holding right now, that had been hidden in a vault for about 90 years. And these coins have now been certified as choice uncirculated mint state 62 condition. Take a look at these 1907 first year of issue St. Gaudens Double Eagles, struck in 1907. The quality of these coins, folks, is phenomenal. You look at this coin, folks. The Double Eagle. The Double Eagle is a little smaller in diameter than a Morgan dollar. It's the largest gold coin ever struck for commerce by the U.S. Mint. It's a little smaller than a Morgan dollar. However, it's about 25% heavier than a Morgan dollar. They're very heavy coins struck in a very soft metal, gold. To survive in this condition is miraculous. These survivors, folks, in this condition, Mint State 62 is extraordinary. Extraordinary. To have over 100 examples is a first in the history of Coin TV. These 1907 Saints, folks, take a look at the rarity of these coins. We have had St. Gaudens Double Eagles before in an uncirculated condition, but they're typically more common dates in the series. The most common being the 1924 P, where you can see PCGS has graded over 50,000 examples, or the 1908 P, Nomata, where they've graded over 20,000 examples. The 1927 P. Those first three dates, folks, supply the bulk of the uncirculated St. Gaudens Double Eagles in existence. Just those first three dates. You get down to some of those rare dates. 1923 P, only 7,800 coins. And there you see the 1907 P at the bottom. Only 2,900 coins in Mint State 62 condition, and you see the mintage there. Now I've got one more chart that will help illustrate what I'm talking about. When you look at the entire series, they struck over 70 million coins in uncirculated Mint State condition. NGC and PCGS combined have graded about 1.9 million. That only represents about 2.5% to 3% of the total mintage. But of that total, the 24P, 27P, and 08 Nomata represent the vast majority of the uncirculated specimens. The remaining 48 dates, 675,000 coins, spread out among the 48 dates. So this 07P first year of issue in mint state condition is an incredibly special opportunity. Now, for those of you new to numismatics, coins are graded on a 70-point scale, from a low of 1 to a high of 70. It's called the Sheldon grading scale, and it's been used by the major grading services since the mid-1980s. The lower the number, the worse the condition of the coin. A coin with a 1 is a coin so heavily worn you could barely make out any detail on the coin at all. You can barely make out the date. A very heavily worn coin. Anything below a 60 is a coin that has been in circulation with wear on the coin. A 60 and above, anything from 60 to 70 is a coin that has never been in circulation. In other words, these coins could have been in this bag, or a bag like this, since 1907, undisturbed. And that's pretty rare. There aren't too many double eagles out there that have never come out of the mint bag, have spent over 100 years in a mint bag. Now, once you get to 60, you have a coin that has been uncirculated, and typically that 60 is a coin that's, well, it's never been in circulation and has a lot of heavy bag marks. Remember, folks, these coins were not made for collecting back then. They were struck for commerce. They were meant to be spent. So the mint tried to produce the most coins possible without a lot of concern about the quality. The coins were struck on a high-speed press, ejected into a bin. One coin would fall on top of another, collecting dings, gouges, and scuffs along the way. They would go through coin counting machines. They would go through the inspection and adjustment department. And from there, they would be dumped into bags. And the bags would be thrown onto trains. And these bags were heavy. So they didn't gingerly place them on the train. They would literally throw them on. The coins would then be rattling around for weeks on the train, abrading with each other and accumulating all kinds of bag marks, long before they even arrived at the banks across the country. And these heavy coins, struck in gold, a very soft metal, would acquire what is referred to as bag marks. And you can see from looking at this example, here's a typical double eagle. And you can see from the deep cuts and gouges, simply from abrading and colliding with other coins. Look at the deep cut along the rim and a deep gash in Liberty's waist. This coin is not even gradable. Here's another one. This is a 1907, the last year of the Liberty Double Eagle series. And you can see a deep cut along her upper cheekbone there, a deep scrape at the bottom part of her neck and back of her head. Again, this is all from contact. These are large, heavy coins. And this is why it is so hard to get high-quality, uncirculated coins, and why it's so exciting when we have these coins in this outstanding quality today. These are really rare, only 2,900 certified by PCGS. Now, all our coins are going to be graded by either PCGS or NGC, and that's very important. They're the two most highly respected independent grading services in the country. All the dealers and collectors recognize them as being the two most highly respected grading services in the nation. That guarantees you the fact that the coin is the quality we say it is. So if you're new to collecting, folks, this is your guarantee. Now, again, this is a limited time offer. These glorious first year of issue 1907 St. Gaudens Double Eagles you see today, largest gold coin ever struck for commerce by the U.S. Mint. The coin was actually named after the preeminent sculptor of the era, Augustus St. Gaudens. Many numismatists consider it the most beautiful and inspirational coin design in our history. It was St. Gaudens' final masterpiece, folks, as he tragically passed away from cancer in 1907, the year the coin was due to be first released. And with St. Gaudens' passing, Charles Barber, who was the chief engraver at the Mint, was tasked with the responsibility of fine-tuning the design to make it acceptable for striking by the die press. As a result, The mint was only able to begin striking these coins late in 1907, the final couple months of the year. And they weren't released to the public until late in December of 1907. Now you take a look at one of these. To survive in this condition, folks, these coins should not exist in this condition. This is the whole point. These should not exist. And I'm going to tell you why they exist. I'm going to tell you that story in just a couple minutes. This coin, though, without question, the St. Gaudens Double Eagle is the single most popular gold coin in all of U.S. numismatics. You regularly find this classic on the cover of numismatic magazines and books. Here's a numismatic rare coin market report. Every collector probably wants at least one St. Gaudens Double Eagle in her collection, without question. Now, talking about being in the right place at the right time, a little over 100 of these coins. Folks, the only reason that we have this opportunity today, these most historic national treasures, this first year of issue, extremely rare in any condition, but preserved in extraordinary mid-state 62. The only reason they exist is, interestingly enough, due to the Great Depression. The Great Depression began in late 1929. It was economic devastation for countries around the world. Our country hadn't experienced anything like it since the Civil War. The stock market crashed. Unemployment was around 25%. It was catastrophic. There were an estimated 4,000 bank failures in 1933 alone. Millions of Americans had their life savings wiped out. Overnight, a family that felt secure suddenly found themselves destitute because there was no FDIC insurance back then. Your money wasn't guaranteed. Could you imagine having your life savings, 20 years, 30 years of your life savings in the bank for safekeeping? That was your nest egg, folks. And imagine going to the bank the next day and the banks shuttered closed. They failed. You were wiped out, affecting hundreds of thousands of families, millions of families. So, a lot of citizens who had their life savings in banks that had not yet failed were understandably terrified that their bank would be next. And so they began pulling their money out of their bank and taking that paper money, which for all they knew could be next to worthless in 6 months or a year, and they began buying United States gold coins. I think I probably would have done the same thing if I had been in their position. After all, gold, throughout human history, across cultures, has always had a special value. So you had all these citizens pulling their money out of banks, buying these gold coins, which created additional stress on our banking system. They had to put a stop on this run on the banks because that was just threatening more banks, more bank failures. And so on April 5th, 1933, then President Franklin Roosevelt passed Executive Order 6102, which made owning over $100 worth of gold or gold bullion or gold certificates illegal. And back then, gold was about $20 an ounce. So the maximum number of gold double eagles you could own were 5. And everyone would have to turn their gold coins into the Treasury for paper money on or before May 1st, 1933. And if you were caught with over $100 worth of gold, folks, it was enforced. You could face a $10,000 fine or 10 years imprisonment or both. And folks, they enforced it. And so all those people that had accumulated all those gold coins had to turn them in to the Treasury in exchange for paper money. Now, what did the Treasury do with all these gold coins? Over the span of that decade, the mint melted down 39% of the entire mintage of all gold double eagles. That was over 50 million coins. Now, this is where the great European bank hoard comes in. Well, people were caught between a rock and a hard place. On the one hand, they could keep their savings in the bank and risk complete financial ruin if their bank failed. Or on the other hand, they could buy gold to preserve their wealth, but face a $10,000 fine or 10 years imprisonment. But there was a third option. It turns out not every citizen turned all their gold in. For individuals of means and some institutions who basically said to themselves, well, the government might tell us it is illegal to own over $100 worth of gold in this country. The executive order didn't say we can't own gold in another country. And so, before the executive order took effect, there were some individuals and institutions who bought United States gold coins by the bag, and they began shipping bags of gold coins to banks in Europe. And those bags of United States gold coins have been sitting in those vaults undisturbed since the early 1930s until now. And if not for one of those bags sitting there since the 1930s, these coins would not exist. Stunning. Oh, almost like they're specimens. One of the great classic designs. It's the one coin where you have this classic obverse, this incredible, iconic rendition of Liberty on the obverse. But the reverse is equally inspirational. The reverse. The American eagle, its wings outstretched in full flight on an upward trajectory with rays of the sun behind. It's magnificent. To survive in this condition, these heavy gold double eagles, about an ounce of gold. As far as the St. Gaudens Double Eagle series goes, I think the 1907 Saint, the few that we have, represents the holy grail coming out of the great European gold hoard. Folks, I could show you some prices of what other dealers are selling this coin for. $5,900, $5,500, but that's irrelevant. Because when we get a great deal like this, a great opportunity, we don't base it on what the market will bear. We base it on our cost. $4,900 for this coin would be a great opportunity. We'd sell them. We would surely sell them. But it wouldn't be based on our cost. Now, $3,900 would be a phenomenal price. Remember, again, you've got about a full ounce of gold here. Gold is around $1,800 an ounce. This is the 1907 St. Gaudens, extremely rare in any condition, uncirculated. We've got this coin today. Call in now while we have them, folks. We have a limited quantity of these. This is a date we rarely get. When we do get them, we might get 4 or 5 pieces. We got these out of the great European gold hoard. They came from a mint bag, just graded. While we have them, $3,295 a coin. And it's available on the 2-payment option. So in other words, it's a great price, but if you can't swing the entire $32.95 today, if you can put half down of $1,647.50, we will set one of these 1907 Saints aside for you with your name on it, put it in our vault, and pay the balance in 30 days. It doesn't get any better than that. We can't do any better than that, folks. This is a date that, it's always a thrill when I get the 1907 Saints in. There are so many other St. Gaudens dates that we've offered over the years, but my number one favorite St. Gaudens will always be this first year of issue. It only struck for a couple months late in 1907. Tiny mintage of only 361,000 coins. Most went into circulation. A lot of them were melted down by the Treasury. As you could see from the population report, only 2,900 graded by PCGS in Mint State 62. This is a small window of opportunity, but your timing is perfect, folks. Never has the numismatic premium for such a rare gold coin been so low as it is right now. There was an article that came out in a Coin Dealer publication. Is it time for a new perspective on generic gold? Now, when they're talking about generic gold, they're talking about the most common gold. For example, the 1924P, 1908 Nomato, 1927P, those are generic St. Gaudens double eagles. They're not rare dates like that 1907. That's not a generic coin. This is a rarity. But here's the important segment of that article. There has not been a time in recent memory when pre-1933 gold coins were obtainable for so little over spot. What do they mean by that? I remember a time, it was at least 15, 20 years ago, I had a Mint State double eagle when gold was around $350 to $400 an ounce. It was in that range. I remember selling it to a dealer for around $3,500, or in other words, 10 times the gold value. That's what these coins were going for at that particular time, 10 times the gold value in mint state condition. Now today gold is between $1,700, $1,800 an ounce. 10 times the gold value is $18,000. And here I have this really rare 1907, not a 1908 or 1924P or 27P. It's a coin that's at least 10 times rare, 20 times rarer than any of those coins. And we've got them for less than twice the melt value, folks. There is so much potential in these coins today. This is a coin you want to hold on to. This is a keepsake. This is a national treasure. This is a coin you can feel so good about because you're not taking a big risk here. This is a classic with about a full ounce of gold, this first year of issue, this most desirable gold double eagle from the 20th century, a coin that will always be in tremendous, tremendous demand, especially in uncirculated mint state condition. It's the 1907. Most importantly, folks, it's this 1907 that is of the no motto variety. There is no "In God We Trust" on the coin. Early in 1908, there was an outcry among citizens in the country to have the motto "In God We Trust" added to the coin. And so they added "In God We Trust" to the reverse of the coin just above the sun. So the vast majority of St. Gaudens double eagles are struck with what we call the motto reverse. This no motto reverse, extremely rare. And again, all the 1907s of the few that are out there are the no motto variety. Now the question is, well, why didn't it have a motto? Well, there was no "In God We Trust" in 1907 because then President Theodore Roosevelt believed putting "In God We Trust" on a coin was sacrilege because of the fact that many people would use coins for less than noble purposes. And so that was his very strong, passionate belief. He even wrote an editorial article that appeared in the New York Times of the day explaining why he didn't want "In God We Trust" on the coin. However, public sentiment was overwhelming. Everyone wanted "In God We Trust." And so he relented, and early in 1908, they added "In God We Trust" to the St. Gaudens double eagle. And all the St. Gaudens double eagles struck after that date, early in 1908 through the end of the series, 1933, had "In God We Trust." And 1933 was the last year the St. Gaudens was struck. There have been no gold double eagles struck for commerce since 1933. No gold coins at all since 1933, folks. This is from another era. This is from a bygone era. This is a classic. They aren't making any more of these. The demand is only going to grow with the passage of time for a national treasure like we have here today. This is a coin to put away for yourself, your kids, your grandkids, to keep in the family. If you can swing 2, if you can swing 3, I would encourage you to do so. Again, we have just over 100 examples, and it's the 1907. It's not a 1924P common date or a 1927P common date. It's the extremely rare 1907, struck only for a couple months late in 1907. Very few have survived in uncirculated condition. This is a coin that'll be so good to you. I love this coin. I truly do. I love making presentations on the 1907 because it's such a great story, and it's the story that makes this coin what it is today. The history, the meaning, what it means to our country, the words and symbols, the images on this coin. It's what America is all about. I hope you can take advantage of it. Thank you for watching.
Thanks for joining us here on Rare Collectibles TV.
Hi, I'm Rick Tamaska, and this is Rick's U.S. Coin Show. Rick's U.S. Coin Show is a brand new show that brings you rare, high quality, and unique coins at the most affordable prices on TV.
My name's Jack McNamara, and I love coins.
We're the Tamaska girls, Kim
And Caitlin.
Here at Rare Collectibles TV, we know what kind of coins you want because we're collectors ourselves.
I've been collecting coins for over 40 years.
I love finding coins all across the country and bringing them to you.
Whether you're new to coin collecting or an old pro, we've got the coins you're looking for.
After my first book, dealers began calling me the Cameo King.
Coin rarity and quality are what matter most to me.
Now that's eye appeal.
I do love Franklin's and Kennedy's.
Very unique coins.
At the most affordable prices.
Coins are in my blood.
Now that's a beauty.
My goal is to bring you the ultimate in superb rare coins. Do you want the best?
TV, there is an amazing coin that has just been released by the U.S. government, and it's unlike any coin in recent memory, even not so recent memory, and it really harkens back to the very first coin of its kind. It happens to be a member of the second longest running coin series in American history. It's the Washington Quarter. There's a couple of unbelievable things happening right now with the brand new 2021 Washington Quarter. For those of you who have been paying attention to coin collecting, you know this already, but for those of you who are watching our show for maybe the very first time, Washington Quarters, not only are they the second longest continuously running series of American coinage, but they have served the purpose. They are the one coin that could be considered responsible for maybe even bringing you into coin collecting. Millions of coin collectors have become coin collectors since 1999, very recent history. And what brought all this about was a redesign of the Washington Quarter that took place in 1999. The U.S. Mint got this unbelievable idea because they started listening to what collectors wanted. And what collectors really wanted above everything was artistry. And they wanted variety in their coin designs. And they wanted something new and something that everybody could feel connected to and something that everybody could partake in. So the U.S. government launched the most ambitious coin series, and it was known as the 50 State Quarters. This took place in 1999. The program ran all the way through to 2008. And what they did was yearly, they would release 5 coins every year according to the chronological order that the states were admitted to the Union. These all had individual designs that were themed according to the states issuing them. The program ended, as I said, in 2008, but immediately following that, because it was the 50 State Quarters, it was Washington, D.C., and the territories, 6 issues. Well, coin collecting has never been the same since because so many people started collecting these coins that it started to trickle down to all aspects of numismatics, and every single kind of coin was lit on fire and became very hard to get. Now, this coin that you see right there is neither part of the 50 states or the territories or America the Beautiful. It is completely unique. It is an issue that stands alone, and it will only be issued for 1 year. 1 year type. That should be setting off alarm bells. 1 year type. There is the traditional portrait of George Washington that was on the Washington Quarter from 1932 to 1998, returning on this quarter. I've never seen anything like it. It is something spectacular. Look at that. The tradition of the original George Washington portrait. This coin is also a very special coin. It is a perfect Proof 70 Ultra Cameo grade. And for those collectors who are new to coin collecting, when you see Proof 70 Ultra Cameo, you cannot get a higher grade or a higher designation. So you can rest assured that you are getting the ultimate grade and the ultimate designation of Strike Ultra Cameo. That black and white appearance, that contrast that you see on the coin, which can only be achieved by specially prepared dies used in the striking, specially prepared coining blanks that are as perfect as you can get, as evidenced by the fact that the coins grade 100% perfect Proof 70, advanced releases. In a nutshell, advanced releases are so special. I want you to think of them as a VIP invitation to own the most exclusive label. There's only one way you can get this label from NGC, and that is literally to be invited to participate. It's not open to everybody. This isn't elitist, folks. This is a matter of the top performing collector companies, of which we are part, in the entire world, being invited by the U.S. Mint in collaboration with NGC to get to the front of the line. Even, actually, we get to the front of the line before the line even forms, because these coins are issued days before the official release. That's how they are here. Now, lo and behold, we have them live and ready to go. That in itself, incredible. You don't see these anywhere because not everybody can get them. Unlike all the other labels out there. And let me tell you, they're all fantastic, ladies and gentlemen, but this label is the most exclusive. Now, you see it's hand-signed. And the gentleman who's hand-signed every one of these labels is Michael Gaudioso. I want to price this coin out for you. Ladies and gentlemen, right now, $149. $149, and we have gone big on this coin. In the highest grade possible, with the highest cameo designation possible, and the earliest label that only a few can get. $149. But I want to give all of you out there something that everybody always asks for, but they ask for it when it's too late. Can I get more than one? And right now you can, because we're going to offer you 5 coins. Now, a single coin is $149. 5 coins, the price drops to $145 each, $725. And there is a must purchase right here. The opportunity to put 10 of these coins away, because a month from now, there will be no advanced releases. It could be 2 days from now. This is the chance, because you're not sacrificing anything at all here. You're getting the ultimate grade, the ultimate cameo, the ultimate label, a signature from the designer, the man who rendered that design into the reality of a numismatic rarity. And you're getting it for an unbelievable price. So either $149 a coin, $145 if you buy 5 at a time for $725. Or, and we're going to split the pay in 2 payments on this one, $139 a coin for 10 coins. That's $1,390 for 10 coins, and you can split that up into 2 payments of $695. I'm really running out of time here, ladies and gentlemen. So let me tell you. First of all, this coin is unique. Washington crossing the Delaware, a unique one-year type Washington quarter. Advanced releases. There will never be a lot of these coins anyway. They're struck for the collector. They have yet to announce the final mintages, but let me announce to you, as far as advanced releases go, when you think of all the other labels, first day of issue, early release, first release, all of them, advanced release is the most exclusive of them all, because I invite you to participate in this the same way we were. The only way we could get it was to be invited to join the program. And that is true of just a tiny fraction of the people who buy these coins directly from the U.S. Mint. That's big news. So take a look here. What I want to show you is really a brief history of the Washington Quarter, silver-proof Washingtons. 98 million coins have been struck, which should illustrate the collectability of this coin. The total certified in NGC Proof 70 out of that 98 million coins is not even 500,000. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to take a look. 1/25th of the time will this coin grade in a perfect Proof 70 as a population, as a percentage of the total mintage. So you cannot rely on getting one of these in a perfect grade anytime but right now. And further from that, if you want advanced releases, it's now or never. They start writing articles about these coins. So I want to show you what I love about coin collecting. When you get in on the ground floor, you have a lot to look forward to. Here is a Delaware quarter. Well, Washington crossing the Delaware, right? Here is one from the first year, 1999. Now, look at the grade. A perfect Proof 70, so are ours. Take a look, $1,322.50. And ladies and gentlemen, that was a finalized auction price. That wasn't a maybe I'll take it or I'm advertising it for that. That's what the coin brought, over $1,300. We're at $149. Here is a 2009 District of Columbia in a perfect Proof 70, also deep cameo, over $300. There is something to be said for getting in the door ahead of everybody else. It pays off. It works. Collectors love something, and I'm a collector. So I got to tell you, when I heard about an opportunity to get a pre-issue, to get in front of everybody else, to use the buying power that we have to negotiate the best deal. That's why we're bringing you coins at $149, because we got an unbelievable deal. And we also got the highest quality, and we got the most unique label. So naturally, when you encompass the greatest